Good morning. I am not sure what we're going to do today. Um, Florence is on a bit of a mission today. She has got it into her head that she, has the benefit of 83 years of life experience. And I have a lot of good advice that I can give to young people. And I'm thinking that maybe I will offer to be an advice columnist for the Weasel newspaper. Because people can write into the newspaper and they can, ask their questions about their life experiences. And I have all kinds of experience. Their experience raising children, with being married, with being widowed, um, with work, relationships with colleagues, all kinds of experience. And while I'm not able to solve every problem, I think I can give some uh, oh, uh distance and contemplation to problems. So I think I would like to become an advice columnist. I don't think everybody needs, psychoanalysis, although obviously many people do. But I do think that they do need some guidance at times. And I think, some people would like to have some, maybe in the future, you would just go on the interwebs and ask people, maybe in a platform if they've read it, to be able to, tell you if you are incorrect about something. But right now, we of course don't really have anything like that. So what we could do is tend to write to advice columnists like Dear Abby or Ann Landers, and ask them if they what they think about a certain situation. There's also Miss Manners writes a column about etiquette. So I think that what we might do is offer our services to the Weasel newspaper, and see if they're interested in maybe offering some advice to their readers in the form of a column by me, Florence Bagnall. But I think in all of these, people are very informal when writing to these, because they feel like the advice columnists are a trusted friend or relative. So Miss Manners, and Ann Landers, and Dear Abby. I thought maybe On Flow would be a nice title for my column. On flows, and it depends on how often it is published. Maybe it's every month, so it could be On Flows monthlies, something like that. You see what they think at the Weasel, if they're interested in that at all. And I could go into the Weasel office and I could see if they're interested in having me write a column. So they're not there right now, I don't believe, but I could definitely go to their office and see if they are interested in an advice column. I had to go into the diner and get myself something to eat before I set off today. I don't have any food. Actually, I probably do have food. I just don't know where I put it. That's one of the problems of being an older person. Forget where things are. I bought her this Weenie Dynasty. I think it's perfect for her. Weenies are great cars for old lady. I noticed that Witches had a weenie on her old lady that Judy met yesterday. I had already bought this weenie for Weenie Dynasty. I really like the Weenie Dynasties. I think they're a great older person car. Quite affordable too. $1,800 is all I pay for my Dynasty. I think it's a beautiful car. A bit noisy, but Internet cafes are supposed to be back. Let's see. Yes, they don't have the bulletin board here though. I do want to set her up a new email address. Case sensitive. All right, let me just try that again. You need to find password. What do you mean? Okay, so we have our email address. To get a newspaper. There's a box right there. Just Arts is not really big on. Arts is see if we have any money. We do have money. Let's get newspaper. So cane. Okay. Just, for some reason it was kind of slow. Hi. How are you doing? Florence wants to become a co-worker of Dottie's. She's got this idea that she would like to give advice to people. To see if Louise is interested in having an advice columnist. But many years of experience of living. Yeah, we just kind of cooked this up on stream yesterday, which is it was in the chat, and we were talking about like doing some old lady stuff, and it's something I thought about before, but oh, there's nobody at the weasel. Oh dear. Wait, let me look at the newspaper, see if I can figure out who to talk to. Oh, I did that. Yes, I put it in my to. And Carter. They don't have a masthead on here, which is really unfortunate. I can't quite figure out who to talk to. This M. Carter seems to be the only person doing any writing. E. Cannon, E. Crescent. Oh, that's Eleanor Crescent. If Eleanor knows who is I should talk to. She must is the weather lady, I know that. seems to me the only person doing anything is this M. Carter, so I have to write to M. Carter. I don't know who that is. I'm doing pretty well, yes, thanks. My sciatica was not killing me as much this morning as normal, so I wonder if it's M. Carter's their email address. Could also try iFinder. Weasel at iFinder? It might be. Oh my goodness, my pretty car's already dirty. Get a cleaning bit for it. Cool. Right. Alright.
Hi.
Don't know whether I've changed her walk about twice today already. We're having very bad luck keeping it changed. She develops, I don't know, kind of like what is the walk I want? Slow. She should call it the weasel paper. Boys by 93 years of age. Hi, Moon. Hi, Rilo. Should I just put the sample letter in here? Or should I wait and get a response from them? What do you think? Should she just give the sample letter anyway? I have a sample. I have prepared a sample, but I don't know if M. Carter is the right person to speak to. M. Carter could just be a machine for all I know. They just post a. Yeah, and last night was good. I tried my trick of having two of my characters be at the same event though, so it's always a bit rough to have two characters be at the same event. I had to go find a place underneath for Judy to hide while Harvey was out. And Harvey managed to fall through the platform. I was trying to jump on that platform at the back with like the DJ booth and stuff, and it's not a solid thing. And Harvey ended up falling through that into the water and swam around. Because, of course, as an animal pet, I can swim. Like Harvey can swim fine. People were very worried though when Harvey fell through it again. But apparently, that accidentally they found the drowned person because they were looking for Harvey, and, and now Harvey's a hero. Harvey's like literally didn't even see the guy down there because I wasn't looking for him. I thought they had got the guy out. I thought they'd found him. But apparently they hadn't found him, and Harvey fell. And while they were looking for Harvey, they found him. And now Harvey's a hero. And even the guy is like was kind enough to kind of just say, Harvey's my hero. Of course, the deer on flow thing. Um, I'm gonna copy this and maybe send it also to just the generic weasel address and see if that works. I don't know if I think that's the weasel address, but all right, let me see. James M. Carter, I do not know if you're the correct person to speak to, but you seem to be the most prolific writer at the Weezer paper. My name is Florence Bagnall, and I'm 83 years of age. I have a lot of life wisdom, and it occurred to me I could use this experience to help others. To that end, I was wondering if the Weezer paper would be interested in an advice column. Cape is. I wish Harvey could have more outfits. It's really difficult. Like none of the dog hats work on the rabbits. I tried. They're upside down and backwards and sort of through his face. And it's just because his head is in a weird place. I guess his little face. It you completely have to reorient where any clothing item is. Um the glasses are on the end of his nose and they slightly work. The sunglasses, so you can technically wear them, but the the cowboy hat he wears is the only one that's been like actually fit for the rabbit pit. So it's unfortunate. Anyway, let me see. I would be happy to respond to inquiries from your readers asking how to resolve their life problems. Asking how to resolve or my opinion about their life problems. My opinion about their life problems and how to solve them. I thought Dear Aunt Flo might be a suitable title for the column. If you were interested, I would be happy to supply a sample letter on request. Best of luck with the weasel paper. Let's try that. I'm going to try it with weasel at. Column idea for the weasel paper. To whom it may concern. My name is Florence Bagnall. Here we go. I almost feel like to the weasel address I should put the whole letter rather than a sample. But let's go with this for now. All right, there we go. I do have the sample letter written. I might have to just keep making them up if nobody writes them, but that's fine. We can write one every week or whenever they want. All right. It's very rare that Florence is downtown, and the only thing that's open is the Yellow Jack. So there we go. I'm kind of hoping we might end up with a raft of old ladies driving dynasties. Oh, there's a person.
Damn!
I don't know if anybody uses the front door of Weasel. And I don't know if they check their emails. I guess we'll find out. Now the next stop is going to be the hospital. Let's see if I can get you a prescription for naproxen for my hips and knees. What do you think? Do you think there'd be anybody there? Maybe, maybe not. Oh, my goodness, what a very bad driver. Oh, very bad driver, sir. Very bad driver indeed. Florence knows about bad drivers. Florence is actually not a particularly bad driver. I toyed with the idea of making her a little more daughtery than she is, but it's kind of a trope and I don't really like it. Okay. It's kind of a tired trope and I don't really like it, the idea of the daughtery old lady. Florence is not daughtery. She's not daughtery at all. She will play daughtery to get out of traffic tickets and other things, but she is not daughtery in the least, and she's quite adamant about not being, you know. But she is on the hunt for either marijuana or pills of some kind to help with her fame. So I know that one of the inspirations for playing an older character, aside from being an older character myself, is I watched Kate on No Pixel playing her Muriel character, and one of the things that she did that I really loved was she just had the left blinker on her car the entire time. I don't know if there's anybody here who can. I'm going to have to make an appointment, I guess. Have to talk to that Ashley nurse and see if we can get some pain relief for her. There we go. Oh, what a nice little kitty cat. I usually say hip and knee pain. Let's just go like that. Hi, which is it? Hello, it is Florence. Yes, she just sent some an email to the weasel about her potential column. Hi, Helios, Aries, how are you? This is Florence. Florence is 83. If you work out Harvey's age in like rabbit years, he is the closest in age of all of my characters to me. Florence at 83 is the next closest in age to me. All right, so she's made an asked for an appointment for the doctors. You didn't go to sleep till 3:30 a.m. Yes, you were up. I heard you. You were up at the party. I tell you, it is always a challenge to try to get more than one of my characters at an event. And I wasn't going to do it. I wasn't going to get Judy to go, but I already had her outfit, and I thought, well, I may as well try. So I started out with Harvey because Harvey was asleep up at the AOD clubhouse, and there were people up there, so he got a lift down to the party. And then after I was there for a while and hung out with some people, I had him go in a little corner and got Judy to go. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was late. We have to admit it, we're kind of addicted to doing this. Lawrence doesn't have a rat, so she doesn't get cleaning kits. Judy is finding it very easy to get a whole bunch of cleaning kits with her rat now, so because I could just donate them to the excess to Roach. Actually, I'm really, really very happy with how well received Roach is. When EXO brought that character, I thought he was kind of adorable, but I didn't know if everybody would agree. Oh yes, you can still get rats. Judy got the meta on rats just recently. She got the meta on rats from Mr. H, of all people. The rats, because Florence doesn't know where you get rats. I don't think she does. She did do a fair amount of junking and exploring when she first, like in '95, she used to go into the bins, but that was before the whole Hobo King thing. She's heard from people now that it's dangerous, so she doesn't really want to do it. She was metal detecting, but the metal detectors are up to fucked right now. She needs to... We need milk, and we need potatoes. So she needs to go buy some potato seeds. Betty still bin dives? Betty's brave. How old is Betty supposed to be, by the way? She's very sophisticated, and it's 73? Okay, so Florence is 10 years older. Florence is 83. I love Betty as a character. I've seen her before, but that was the first time that Betty and Judy really got to talk. I know. No, I wouldn't do it again. We had only just got to level 2, so it's not as big a wrench. But we were enjoying doing it just because, well, a couple of reasons. One is that back in 95, Judy and Ricky did a little bit of metal detecting, and Judy found an engagement ring on the beach, so they got engaged because of that. And now they have a house in Polito and can go to that beach, the same place where they got engaged, anytime they like. Puddles loves it there. He already has some... Yeah. I think she needs more buckets. She needs some seed. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I know that Kiva had as well. Like, I know those guys. Iris was really, like, the queen of metal detecting for a long time. I used to accompany her Iris on metal detecting as Harvey, well before Kane and Iris got married. Yeah, that's a nice thing about, like, I actually wasn't sure what direction to take Florence, whether she was going to be really bitchy or whether she was going to be really sweet. Oh yes, Hoot was a big metal detector as well. I kind of missed the Hoot and Diana thing. That was always fun. I have been accepted on free to RP, but because Dunn is kind of under the weather right now, we haven't made our characters yet. I'm actually a little nervous about doing modern day RP again. Haven't done it in so long. Yes, Polly did. You're so rude. I'm right into my lane. Did you see? Yesterday, Judy was about to report a fire at the Old Davis Police Department, but then she saw people with their hands up, and one of the gang members, the local gang members, came and just came up to her where she was stopped, and she was about to type out the 311 and about the fire. She wasn't going to say anything about the other situation, but I basically just didn't say anything much, just said, oh, we don't know how that started. And she's like, oh, well, it could be like just, amazing how if you got a piece of cut glass and a piece of paper, you could something just could start on fire just like that, Yeah. I think they will with that server. I think they've got a lot of really good building blocks. And I've kind of thought that before. By jugs and potatoes. I think that server has a lot of promise, but I'm not, like I said, I'm not used to doing modern day roleplay anymore. And you know, when I was on No Pixel Public, and on Onyx and on Purple, I basically would turn off or turn down notifications for social media because I just found it too. It's just too much. Um, but so this is great, you know, for me because it just doesn't have all the pestery of social media. But I know a lot of people don't like that. They're really used to like being in constant touch of everything, so they like having the social media to respond to and RP through. Like there's a lot of RP that gets done on social media in modern servers, and I actually don't care for it, but I know a lot of people do. I'm not, you know, I'm not going to yak somebody else's yum if they want to do it. But I don't particularly like it. Oh, Florence is hungry. I did go to the diner first and get myself some BLTs. I paid for them, of course. Lawrence has learned about the buckets for filling your water jugs. She has more water jugs in her truck. It does. That is why, yeah, it's modern enough that you have those cell phones so people who really can't function without cell phones can have them. Although I've seen other 80s servers with cell phones, which I hated because no, we just didn't have them. They didn't exist. Technically, yes, some people had cell phones and there were some car phones, but for the most part, people didn't really start getting them till the 90s as like just a thing that everybody could have. And I, of course, is an absolute relic and didn't get a cell phone till 2006. So I was I was uh I was over 40 when I got my first cell phone. Hello. Hi, not the Shadow Man. How are you? Yeah, I like the pacing that not having social media gives to people, and also the thought you have to put into something. Like look at Florence. She just had to think about how am I going to communicate my desire to have an advice column. So I actually had to. Like, you're not the only one from the sound of it. A lot of people seem to have just woken up. But she had to put some thought into it. She went and got a newspaper. She looked up the names of the people she saw. She didn't see Sophia's name anywhere. She did see Dottie's, but Dottie's the weather person. There was this M. Carter all the way. And if you go a lot further back, there was Ocean and Elena, but I didn't see anything from Sophia, so I don't know what's going on with Weasel. Lawrence has been a pretty dedicated reader of the newspaper, except very recently I've been. She's just been doing diner stuff. She is a manager at the Plato Diner, and she does quite a lot of diner stuff. But I need to expand her beyond that. Like I need to do something with her. And since Brenda's kind of put to bed um, now, oh Lawrence, my goodness, oh oh, very violent. You can still use them when they're on the ground. There's a couple of these barrels in front of Judy and Ricky's house in Polito, and I was hoping that they would fill water, but they don't. Unfortunately, they're just props. I mean, I cannot answer that for you, Boko, but there's not very many people in the city right now, so definitely use the population. Now, Florence has a little special place that she plants. She really needs her truck though, because it's got the water in it. The water jug's in it. I could stop and plant 10 on the way though. I'm only planting 25. I limit how much Florence can plant because she has bad hips and knees. So she's having a good hip and knee day today, although she is planning to have bad hip and knee days in the future, because you just do when you've got something wrong with you. You just plan. Like when I wake up in the morning now, I have some weird pinching in my left sciatic nerve somewhere, and when I first place weight on it in the morning, I get quite a bit of pain and tingling. I only slept 3 hours. Boca, go have some more sleep. You need to sleep. Unless you have an animal pet, in which case, if you have an animal pet, you don't have to talk, so you can be a lot sleepier. That's why I play Harvey at night. Unfortunately, I play Harvey off stream all the time because I play him at night when that's when Sorsha and 50 are around to do. Well, 50 can be on all day, as addict like me. But that's when we kind of do a lot of their things. So Harvey tends to come out when they're around, at least for an hour or so. I only come out for an hour or two as Harvey after Ricky goes to bed. So Judy goes to bed. I spent quite a lot of 95 playing, of course, Brenda, and Florence was shelved as a result of that. But now Florence is kind of out. I almost perma'd Florence at the beginning of 98 when she didn't have anything. I thought I had filled out the request for her car or for her truck and for her time capsule, but I don't. She didn't have a time capsule. She didn't have anything. So I think she was just kind of missed somehow. So I had to start her completely over again, including, I'm just gonna go get her truck, including having to get a cane again. She was up in Polito with literally no clothes because the clothes she had were moved around, so she was not only naked, but she had no arms. She was in a bad way. So she's and I debated whether I really wanted to go through the trouble of like redoing Florence, and then I thought, well, I'll see if she can have a good day, because she had a bunch of bad days, and I really thought, well, maybe I should just perma her and try something else. And then she had a really, really good day, capped off, so she was able to earn enough money to get her Bobcat. She got her Bobcat, and Tiffany gave her a job at the diner. So that was a really good day. Let me just get rid of this because I need a pile of canes in front. That's what happens with Harvey's hat too. You should get a pile of them. She didn't really need to come in, but I'll show you Florence's apartment. Yeah, yeah, you do, because Tiffany gave her a job and promoted her like right away to experienced employee. This is her little living room. It's very Florence. She's got her little fireplace, which is of course fake. She has her old lady furniture, her doilies. The only thing that's got a doily on, she's got it. She does have a quite modern couch, but she really likes it. And here is her dining room. So she has her dining room furniture, which of course is again very classic. I found these. There's 4 of them, I think. These little plate pictures. They're so freaking Florence. I just love them. Look, 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 it's just so Florence. It is a little bit, and this is her little fake family. I have a friend who used to, you know, the pictures of the people that are in the picture frames that you buy. He always called them plastrons. So every time I see them, I think, here are her plastrons, and here is her little pictures. And this one's got a food theme, so it's in her dining room. And this is her little kitchen. And she's got a few things in her kitchen. She replaced her refrigerator with this one. I wish I could do something with the counters, but because that thing is hanging over the counter, there's not much you can do about it. I don't think, anyway. But there's her little kitchen, and then I covered up this so it looks more like a patio door, I guess, or a door to the outside. She's got this, and this I made into a room. This was the other entrance, but I covered that wall and I made it into her little laundry room, which I think is very cute. I was making that when one of the earthquakes hit, and she was in here. Here's just one of her 2 bedrooms. She has her bedroom. Here's the 1 bedroom. This is very Florence. She has another one of those things on the wall, which matches the. That rug is brown or something in the in the catalog. Jimence, hello. Thank you for following. And here's her little bathroom. It has a few little candles in, and I haven't really done much to it. I got a couple of products, I think, in there. Plant. She's got her little entryway mat, and then this is her other bedroom. It's a much more modern bed, but she likes it because it's close to the. And here's another version of that little picture. She has quite the yonic, vulvic sort of flower there. I just love her little apartment. I really love it. I think it's very, very Florence, and I love it. Didn't really need to come in. I just came in to show you her apartment, which I just love. Love her little apartment. It's really cute. I do like it. It's very, very Florence. I really went to town on it too because I just thought I'm gonna pull out all the old lady shit that Dunn would never put in one of our places. Because Dunn does the decorating for our places as a rule. Let's get her truck out. Oop. There we go. Oh, we do have a cleaning kit. Okay. That's in this car. Right. Oh, we're very, very thirsty. Oh, you didn't decorate? Oh, is Tiff have one of those pre-done apartments that are already decorated? Like Dottie's? I just thought it was so hilarious. Like, I heard last night from Atlas as Harvey that he bought Dottie's apartment, but of course Harvey doesn't know Dottie lived there. Judy's never seen Dottie's apartment, so she won't be able to make that connection. But I, as a viewer, know that Atlas, who works at Doherty's, bought Dottie's condo, and he was describing it last night and talking about the mannequins and the hedges and how worried he was by the mannequins and the hedges. Oh. Oh, I do have a lot of potato seed already. Okay, never mind. We got potato seed. Put that there. Put that there. We're gonna get 15 more. There we go. Oh, she has food. She has food in here. This is her little secret place they're planting. Oh, okay. So yeah. So it wasn't. It was just already decorated. Yeah, she Florence has her great little place now. She's very happy. She hardly ever goes down to the city. Um, but I might get her to go down to the city a little bit more now. I I didn't get to do anything with her during the tsunami because Wayne I thought the truck would be there in Polito, and I actually had her check to see if the truck was in, like, the van was in the shared space. Because there's a shared parking lot now, and I thought, well, maybe she would be able to. What's wrong here? Why is the soil not suitable? All right. I thought she would be able to get the food that was already put in the van and take it down. So I didn't know when he was going to be. Um, I mean, she wouldn't have been able to do anything with it, but except the first day, and then she would have put it in the shared parking at the airstrip, and then he would have been able to get it because she would have told somebody to tell him that it was in there. But or she could have, sent him a note. But it it wasn't there, and I don't know where he put it, but I wasn't able to get her any RP like that, like no food RP, and I didn't know what else she would be doing. So she was asleep at the motel. Um, I didn't even bother getting her a room. I just sort of had her sleep in her car in her truck at the motel because I didn't really have anything for her to do. I don't know where, like, to this day, I don't know where he put it. I don't know where it was. He thought it was there too, but he woke up in underwater Polito, so couldn't get it anything anyway. So Judy tried to give him a lift to Bolingbrook to rent a vehicle, but he couldn't. He just wanted to walk. So. Bye bye. We'll see you in the city. So yeah, I've got quite a few hopes for the new modern day server, but at the same time, I'm not planning on giving up freestyle at all because I really do love um a lot of things on here, including just the time period. 98 was I was 38 or turning 38 like Florence. Florence did not have my birthday. Florence has my father's birthday. Potatoes are a little bit fussy of it. They're not like the pineapple. You can't cram them right together. What new server? It's Free 2RP is called. It's a modern day server. Got a lot of really cool things on it. I've got quite a few friends on it. There were a bunch of people who were waiting for another modern day RP server, and I guess the people that were planning to launch it um, took some time off, and then they changed the course of it, so now it's going to be an 8 server, which is fine. But I have been kind of missing modern day RP servers, which I haven't been on in a while. I'm nervous about it at the same time, but I'm also kind of excited about the idea, so we'll see. Because I've got my brain so focused on the 90s in this server that I'm not sure. And honestly, like, to me, the 90s were like pretty much now. Like, it doesn't feel much different to me than now, other than obviously the phones are nicer now. But to me, the 90s were modern day. You know, they were. If you were an adult in the 90s, you don't feel that different than now. How many have I done? 7 more, okay. We are definitely taking a break from Badger Hollow right now. And I'm a little bit like, honestly, this is the longest I have been away on vacation, but Dunn has never been away for this many days. So I'm a little thrown for a loop because he's my RP partner, and I'm used to planning my RP around him. Like, we talk about what we're gonna do and who we're gonna play and what server we're gonna go on and so on and so on. What do we have to do on this server? What do we have to do on that server? So it's odd to not have him around for these few days. So, but we'll figure it out. Oh, the internet's a lot faster now. We were still living in an old Victorian house in downtown Ottawa in '98 that my husband had been renting forever, and it was so old. It was one of those houses that had. Do you know how you have turning bells, like a doorbell where you have to turn it rather than press it? Are you familiar with those? That's what we had in that house, like the original doorbell that turned. And we had a sign on it that said bell because people didn't realize it was a bell. A lot of people didn't realize you had to turn it, so they would press it, which would not work because you can't press it because it doesn't work that way. And I've got to my 7 done. Oh, lovely. Maybe want to do a few more. Yeah, it was a nice old house, but it was half a house. They divided it. The owners divided it so they could make it into 2 apartments. And let's plant a few more. Just talk and plant. The owners, it was the owner's parents' place, and after they died, she divided it into 2, and we had one half, and he was in there for a long, long time, and it was way below market value rent, but she also didn't do anything to it to fix it up. On the other side, the tenants sort of came and went. she tended to rent to groups of college students and so on, so they tended to be noisy. They had dogs. They didn't mow the lawn. They would sit in the back and on their picnic tables. They would sit in the back on our picnic table underneath my washing line, and they wouldn't. They would. They had dog poop all over the backyard. They never raked a leaf in their life. It was challenging groups of neighbors. And there was one that had a mohawk and piercings and would play, like, come home and play, like, come home early in the morning and play really loud music. And they would play loud music anytime they were there. Well, it depends on which group it was, but yeah. So my husband walked over there once with a hammer in his hand because he had been working on something, and he just brought the hammer with him. He had no intention of using it, but he was met at the door with this, this guy who had all these piercings, and he just went, "What do you want?" And he said, "Do you want me to remove all your piercings with this hammer? If you don't, then turn your music down." And the guy was like, "Oh my god!" I guess he must have looked really serious because he turned it down. But yeah, he was. We were a little upset. My husband was an artist and he worked from home. He had a studio in the house, and he was pretty serious about getting work done. So I was not that happy when these guys would decide to play music. And there was another group of them that had these two enormous dogs, and they would lock them in the basement while they were away all day. And they would be at the top of the basement door barking their heads off all day long. It was awful. And it's just, you want to call the Humane Society on them because it was just really bad. These particular ones also decided to build a pool on their side of the yard. So where the dogs would normally play, they built a dog pen. Then they decided they wanted a pool. So none of this was with the permission of the landlord, by the way. This is all just them. So they built almost the entirety of their half of the backyard was a dog pen, and then they put a pool in it. So the dogs had no place to play, and they shat all over our side of the yard because there was no place from their side of the yard for them to shit anymore. And they would sit on our picnic table and all over our step because the pool covered almost their entire backyard. So the landlord never came around, so they had no idea what was going on. And we finally had it with renting, so we had some money saved, and we had I got some money for some shares in my company that I was working for, and liquidated them, and we decided to buy a house. So we found a house to buy, and then we gave notice to our landlady, and she called me because he had been there for so long. And she asked why we were moving. And I said, well, we got enough money to buy a house. Plus, these latest bunch of neighbors are terrible. Did you know that they had erected a structure in your backyard and have a pool there? And their dogs are all over our half of the yard. And we don't have any place to, like, I can't hang out the laundry. I can't do anything in the backyard. Because asking her for stuff, like, because our rent was so low, she basically ignored everything, except one time the leak in the ceiling got so bad that we CC'd her. We CC'd our cat sitter on a letter to her saying that we had no control over it. We had to go away for the weekend. Water was pouring into our house because of the holes in the roof, and she had been negligent, and if there was any damages, we were going to hold her accountable. And we just CC'd our cat sitter, but she thought it was a lawyer, so she called up and said she would get it fixed, and she got it fixed. But that was really the only time she'd ever fixed anything. We had painted, we had done some work in the house, but obviously we hadn't done any, like, material repairs that was going to cost us more than paint. We weren't going to repair the floors or anything. We weren't going to fix the walls. We weren't going to do all that stuff. And, so It was a great old Victorian house right downtown Ottawa. It was really handy. It was in what they call the Golden Triangle. Um, so the houses there were very expensive, but we had like very below cost rent there for a long time, and it was because of that that she said she didn't do any repairs because she was giving him a break on the rent because he was an artist and so on. So there comes a point when it's just treacherous to live there. So we just said, and she did fix the roof, but it was just yeah, we needed to be out of there. It's not a healthy place to be. I actually started just talking about that because of the doorbell. Sorry, kind of went on a rant. I did enjoy living in the downtown core like that, but and it was handy for my husband because he didn't drive. He had to take transit or walk, but he could walk to most places, and he used to walk a huge amount. I used to walk to work from there. It was a pretty nifty place to live for a while, but it had its problems. But it was a 3-story, 1, 2, 3 bedroom apartment. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4 bedroom apartment, and it was under. It was about $400 a month in rent, and it was. It did, and the other side did get like in between their tenants. They would do some renovations, so that the other side was fancier than our side, but rent was a lot higher too. She jack up the rent in between the tenants there. I mean, as much as she was legally allowed to. Well, she died not too long after we moved out. She died. I left it as clean as I possibly could because I really liked her son, and her son was the one that was going to have to do all the cleaning. So, um, I went back after we moved out. We got everything out of there and scrubbed all the floors and cleaned it as much as I could. But a we left an old fridge in the um in the back shed. I don't know where it came from. It wasn't hooked up. We weren't using it. He said it came with the place. She claimed it was ours and we should have taken it out. She called me and she told me that she wanted the house to be left in the condition that it was rented in. It had been rented over 20 years previously. and and I had heard about what happened when he moved in. I hadn't lived there that long. But I had heard that when he and his first wife moved into that place, he opened a kitchen drawer and there was a rat in it, and he had a hammer again in his hand. It sounds like he just like always had a hammer in his hand, but he didn't. But he had a hammer in his hand and he just whacked it with the hammer. Um, and and when she said that to me about how it should be left in the condition that it was rented in originally, I said to her, well, we can do that, but we might have a little trouble finding a rat for the kitchen cupboard. I don't think she liked hearing. I was I was not involved in that. I was his second wife, so, or as I like to call myself, his last wife. So he had a first wife and a last wife. Because people would say that to me. They'd say, are you his second wife?" I'd say, "No, I'm his last wife." It sounded like second in a series. He's going to have like 12. And I was his second wife, and I actually really like his first wife. That was like she was fine. She was good. He was very upset with her for a long time because he took the fact that they needed a divorce very, very personally. Obviously, I guess you would. Also, he didn't get any alimony, and if the situation was reversed, and it was a woman. In his position, she would definitely have got alimony. But because he's a man, he didn't get alimony. Um, but as far as I know, as far as she was concerned, because we talked about this after he died, that they had a very amicable divorce. And I don't think he felt like that, but I also feel like he would have felt very, very deeply upset and that she, wanted a divorce in the first place because he probably wanted one too, but he doesn't like change. He didn't like change. Huh? And when we bought this house, the move was so horrific into this house because everything that was in that old place with all these little nooks and crannies and all these bedrooms and everything, we had to just throw out so much stuff. But then there were all these paintings because he was an artist, so we had so many paintings. We have paintings coming out of places I'd never seen before. I had no idea he had that many paintings in the old house, and we had one load of our moving truck was just paintings, and we had to find a place to put them in here. There was one painting we couldn't actually bring some of the paintings here because they had to be taken off the stretchers and rolled because they were too big to fit in the house. They couldn't fit through the door. It's you know Trust me when I say some of these paintings are extremely big, and I still have a lot of them. I have to pay rent on a storage unit every month because of all these big paintings. I don't know what the heck to do with them. And then I have a house full of smaller paintings as well, and works on paper. And so we had to move all that first, and then we got our furniture in, and it took so long. And the first thing I had them do with the load of furniture is unpack our bed, and I made our bed because I know we need a place to sleep tonight. We need to have our bedroom. And he said, "Oh, we'll just take it upstairs. We'll put just loads things into the bedroom." I said, "No, we're going to put our bed in our bedroom where it's going to be." And I insisted on that, and I'm glad I did because we were really tired. And then I had to go down to the old house and clean it and get our cat, which we had left at the old house. And he was very unhappy with being in vehicles. He screamed the whole way back to the new house from the old house. Screamed at the top of his lungs. Had to like move him. I cleaned a bedroom and then I put him in the bedroom with all his stuff and then shut the door and clean the rest of the house and then got him into the car somehow. And I was just at that point I was just shattered. All the people that we had lined up to help us move didn't show up. The one friend that stuck there and helped us move had a broken collarbone and he couldn't lift anything. You always have to. This is life advice right here. Do the bedroom first. Like, make up your bed first. No matter what you do when you move, make sure you can sleep that night and not have to, like, at the end of the night, figure out where to sleep. Yeah, it was a really horrific move. And we looked at each other like we were lying in the bed, and I said to him, "We had better get on because I'm leaving this house in a box." And he said, "Me too." Which almost happened. Like, he didn't come home to die, but he did, obviously he died while we were still living in that house. So. But I asked him if he wanted to come home. It would have been really difficult. Oh, Lawrence, calm down. It would have been really difficult, but if he wanted it, we would have done it. But he really didn't have time. By the time we would have arranged to have a hospital bed put in this house and the steps fixed and a ramp or whatever, it actually wouldn't have needed all that because he was definitely dying. He probably would never have left the house. But, to move him home, there would have been so many logistics. Um, and I know he knew that and was thinking about, I don't have that long. I can't, so he basically said, no, home is where you are, is what he said, which was very sweet. So we died in the hospice, but it was better for me, and he knew it. For me not to think about home as the place where he died.
because you get that is a lot of why I'm convinced that a lot of widows like make decisions really quickly after somebody dies and their husband dies, and they're like, I have to move out, I have to, change everything. But I didn't feel like that, although I did feel strange anyway. Like I've talked about this on the stream before, that when somebody you live with dies, your home feels different, like everything feels different. And I had basically bought this house. Like he was an artist, he didn't have much income. He did contribute to the down payment, but he didn't, make any of the mortgage payments, for example. So I basically bought this house. So the fact that I felt like I shouldn't be there after he died was really odd in a way, but because it was so much our house, that if being there alone felt wrong somehow. So I really get the urge that a lot of widows and widowers have, that they need to sell the house and go someplace else, someplace fresh. But then the pandemic came off. And the pandemic, although horrible and awful, and I hated it, it did me a huge favor because I was able to work from home. And because I was able to spend more time at home, I was able to make the home more my home. One of the first things I did when I was working from home is I had his desk in his office that I was using. And I hated the way it was facing the wall. I'm literally facing the same wall right at this moment, but I turned the, the desk to face out into the living room. And I just liked it so much better. And it just felt, all of a sudden, it felt like my office, not his office, even though like 90% of the things that are in the office still are his things. I still haven't got rid of a lot of his things. But just reorienting the desk really helped make it feel more like my space. And I didn't have to argue with anybody about it. And I didn't have to, get somebody else to agree. I just could do whatever I wanted. And now I've got that desk is gone, and I've got a big unit, because half of the desk is my workspace for my job, my actual job, and half of it is my streaming space. And so I'm facing the same wall, but it feels very different. So they can make a world of difference. There's actually, it's interesting because he and I had a lot of the same taste. When he came to my apartment in Toronto for the first time, he knew that I wasn't like a pink frilly girl. I like clean lines. I like, things to be very clean and um not fussy. And I think he really realized that I could fit into his life really well. I didn't know he was already thinking about that stuff, but apparently he was. So it was like we had a date. Then went to Ottawa and we had another date weekend, and trying to remember. Oh no, wait. We had a date at my place. Um, and I saw him 2 days, and then he went back to Ottawa, um, and then he came for another weekend, and then by the third technical date, which was about 6 days spent together, I went to Ottawa and he asked me to marry him. This was very fast. So we had our first date in I want to say, was it August or September? It was like then September. He came in October. I went to Ottawa in November, and he asked me to marry him. So we got engaged in November, and then we got married in January. So that's what, September, October, November, December, January, 4 months. And we were in two different cities. We wrote a lot back and forth back then. We didn't have email. We didn't have FaceTime. We didn't have any of that stuff that you use today to conduct long distance relationships. We had to write to each other using the mails. And there was a service that Canada Post had back then. You could buy this envelope, a celebration envelope, and it had like balloons on the front. And for a fixed rate, you could basically send anything you could fit in this envelope. And so he and I were constantly buying these envelopes and sending packages to each other. So every day it was like a celebration. You go to the mailbox and then, yeah, say, look, it's a celebration. And I sent a couple to him, and then he wrote me and said, could you please send it to the School of Art? Because he was living with a woman at the time. He had divorced, but he was living with someone. And so I was the other woman for a very brief period of time. The other woman did not last very long. But it was so funny. I'm sure the School of Art people knew there was something up because he was getting these celebration envelopes in his mailbox at school every day. And our things overlapped horribly, so it was hard to know what you were responding to. And I have all of these things, and I've tried to organize them in some kind of order of when we sent and received them, but it's just kind of this jumbled mess. But the cards are all pretty funny, and there weren't really that many soppy cards, but yeah, we basically had this male love affair correspondence thing going on, which was pretty cool. I still have all of those things. And you could sort of feel like right away it was pretty, it never felt not kind of like something that meant to be or was relatively serious, but no, we were just having fun at first, but you could tell very quickly by the tone of these things how quickly it changed to something more. And and then we had these very earnest, you know, messages going back and forth, these earnest letters about our futures and what we wanted and how to deal with the other woman, which he tried to be as fair as possible too, but she would not move out. She went to counseling as a result of being told by him that unfortunately he had fallen in love with someone else and that we were planning to get married and then unfortunately she was going to have to leave because they never really had that much of a relationship or the kind of relationship that she obviously thought that they had, but and none of his family liked her, which is another kind of weird clue that it wasn't meant to be. The reason that how I met him was that his sister was a friend of mine. And we met at her wedding, which is really boring because people were always saying to me, oh, your husband's an artist. You must have had some really interesting, like, romance or, you know, way that you met him. What? Florence. God. Looking at chat. It must be some really cool. Oh, look at this. She's damaged her vehicular. There's Damien. Not working. She should open up the diner for a little bit. Yes, distracted driving. Blithering on about my life to my poor unsuspecting viewers. I know one. Work funky. I gave her a funky new outfit. I'd rather the fact that we don't have any potatoes, we're not in bad shape. They actually sliced up all the potatoes, so we're good. Somebody sliced all the potatoes. Could have been on duty that whole time. Blip on. So let's have a look. I think, oh, it was milk. Not how much in the way. We got 50 milkshakes. We have 25 milk. What I've written down here is milk and potatoes. So I didn't go milk some cows, but that's okay. It's okay. We're really good shape otherwise. Oh no, we're not. We only have 58 chicken breasts. Oh. Okay. Oh my goodness, there's new art of Harvey vodka and whiskey. Vodka? I think that's. It's so cute. It's so cute. Harvey is still the only character of mine that's ever had fan art. Yeah, I think it is supposed to be Lily rather than vodka. It's so cute. Really cute. I always struggle to put things like that on the screen. Show people. It's done by Ozzy. Because I don't have it set up to just be a screen. I have it set up to be a separate thing. There it is. Figured it out. This is clearly Lily rather than vodka. And this dog has a bunch of different names. But we were having a really fun hangout the other night. It's so cute. We all went on a little adventure, which was Vodka and Lily wanted to go on an adventure, and Harvey just tagged along. And then we picked up the other dog, who goes by a range of names, but is played by Jay because Jay just keeps playing different animals. and and he got hit by a car, so we ended up having to. And we had all gone down to. We ended up at the police station, and then ran into Iris because she was doing a cell rep. So of course, Vodka and Harvey live with Iris. So then we ended up going down to the cell too. Like they didn't seem to. They said first they said we can't allow the animals in the cells, and then proceeded to let us all in the cells. So that was pretty funny. Cook some more bacon. And then after we left there, and Diego was there with Iris, and then after we left there, um, the big dog got hit by a car. He rolled for it and said he was fine, but he bled out as we were going on the road. He bled out. We were going to Burger Shot and didn't make it because he bled out, so we had to hydrate. Excellent idea. Thank you, Boko. And a posture check. Oh, we're going to get the whole. Ah, there we go. Oh, the whole 9 yards here. Everyone do those things. I hadn't streamed for over a week because I took a few days and I went and actually touched grass and did real life things. And then when I came back, I did play, but I didn't stream. And I am going to stream a bit more in the next couple of weeks because I'm off and I don't have as much adulting to do, but I do have some adulting. But Thursday I had to do a bunch of adulting. I met with a financial advisor for the first time in my life. Should have met with one years ago, but my husband was extremely reluctant to have other people look at our finances because he didn't really have any. So he was very sensitive about that. The fact that he was a kept man and I was supporting us. He loved that because it freed him up to do his thing. But at the same time, you deal with those feelings of him feeling emasculated and, you know. Hello, I'll be right with you. Hello.
Hi, how's it going?
It's going very well. How is it with you?
I'm doing alright. Just saw that the place was open, or I haven't seen it open in a while,
Yes,
so I figured I'd come down.
we need some more staff in the mornings or earlier in the
Yeah.
day.
Even later, I just don't see it that much often.
I know it's
That's
been rough
okay.
the last little while. I did hire 3
Mm.
people one day last week, or the week
Oh,
before.
that's
So
nice.
I'm hoping that they do show up. I don't own it, I'm just the manager.
I know it's Mr. Henson owns
Yes,
it.
Mr. Vincent does own it. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okie doke. Could I trouble you for? You know what? I'm in fear that I'm not gonna see this place open for long, but I'm gonna
Oh,
buy. I'm gonna buy 30 mountain waters, please. I'm gonna get some 5 pancakes, 5 chicken and waffles, and uh, and 5 bacon, egg, and cheese sandwiches, please.
sorry, that was 5 of the chicken and waffles as well.
5 chicken
5
waffles,
pancakes,
five
5
pancakes,
pancakes, and 5
and 5
bacon,
egg
egg, and
sandwiches.
cheese, and
Mm-hmm.
30 mountain water. So,
Yes,
okay,
please.
we can do that. Was doing some farming earlier. We were low on potatoes, so I grew some potatoes.
That's neat. Oh, my car number will be 105.
Pancakes are there. Mountain water, 5 egg and cheese, chicken and waffles, pancakes. Okay, there you go.
Thank you very much.
I'll get you a couple of extra waters with your order.
Thank you. There you go. I have cash on the counter, by the by.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
I'm
Now I
glad we were
need to
able
take
to
all
be
this.
open for you.
They much appreciated. Now I need to take all this food somewhere, so it's not with me.
I'm sure you'll be fine.
Yes. Yes. Thank you so much.
You're very, very
How's
welcome.
things been up here, by the by?
Oh, it's been pretty good, I believe. I haven't been awake too much myself, but yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's been fine as far as I'm aware.
Okay. Just
Not too many
checking in,
difficulties.
making sure. Considering technically my station's up here, might as well make sure that
Yeah.
everyone's okay here.
Well, a few weeks ago, there was a young man in here who tried to rob me, but Mr. Hinson was in the back room and
Oh,
and
that's
was aware of all of
lucky.
it, and he came out with a gun after he knew I was safe, not before,
Mm-hmm.
because it would have been a difficult and dangerous thing if.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, it was a young man who was sitting in that corner booth over there, and he was there for a long time, and then he came up and tried to rob me.
Oh my goodness.
I
Don't
think
people know that a lot of folks these days pay with card, not cash?
I don't know what he knew, but I told him I didn't have anything on me, and I started to recite all of the things in my pockets, the food and the other simple things that I
Mm-hmm.
had, and my cane, of course. And
It's
he said he
horrible.
took pity on me, and he left, and he jumped in a car and drove away immediately.
Goodness
But
gracious.
Mr. Hinson would have potentially done a report on it. I didn't have to call the police. Police were here.
Right. I mean, I feel like if someone was digging through your pockets and that would leave their back quite unprotected in the meantime. But did
Well,
he have like a
he
gun or a
wasn't.
weapon?
He had a gun on me, and
Mm.
wasn't digging through my pocket so much as he was on the other side of the counter, and he asked
Mm-hmm.
me to hand over money that I had in order to empty the
Mm-hmm.
till, and I said, "Well, I can't empty the till. It's on a timer, and I can't just open it up." And then so he asked me what I personally had on me, and I really didn't have anything because I always put my wallet in my locker before I start a shift
Mm-hmm.
because you
That's
never
not a bad
know.
idea.
Yes, exactly. So really, all I had on me was some food, and he didn't want that.
Ah, goodness gracious. Well, I'm glad you're okay
Yeah,
and
thank
nothing
you.
has
It
happened
was
to you.
nothing serious, but it did
Mm-hmm.
shake me up a little bit. And we did. Mr.
Oh, I
Hinson
know.
did warn the others. He put up a poster, a little pin on the
Mm-hmm.
bulletin board in the back, saying that
Mm-hmm.
to watch out because that someone had tried to rob us.
Nah,
But other
that's
than that, I don't think there was
terrible.
much that could be done. He was a very ordinary looking individual too. I mean, you see people who look like him every day, so I don't really get a
Yeah, also
get a
the
real
worst.
feel
Like,
for what he
yeah,
what he looked like.
Mr. Everybody.
Yes, pretty much in a Mister Everybody.
Mm-hmm.
He did have. I mean, he could maybe have a beard and dark hair. And was wearing jeans and something dark on the top. Really don't remember now. It's been a couple of weeks,
Probably a
but
t-shirt. But yeah.
he looked very average, really. Not unpleasant or
Yeah.
anything. He just, he.
No. Just blends in well with every
That is
place. Like a
the
very
there was another gentleman in the. I was calling him gentleman, not really, but came up to me on a bicycle in the parking lot and wanted to rob me.
good
Had a
grief. Up here?
yes, he had a Russian accent, and he said he took pity on me, but honestly, I think I just shamed him. Because I mean, it's pretty low to try to, he didn't even have a weapon. He just came up to me on a bicycle demanding that I give him money. And,
Jeez.
well, he
Sounds
asked
like
me
he's
a bunch of
married.
strange questions. He asked me about what houses he could rob up here, and I was like, how would I know? I'm an
What?
83-year-old woman. I'm not going to tell you what houses you can rob. None of them. None of them is my answer. I'm going to rob the fine people of Plato.
Goodness gracious. Some people on their nerve, I swear.
I know. And then he wanted to rob me. He may have had a knife. I don't remember. But I just said, "You're not going to do this. Oh, you're not going to do this, young man. You're just not going to do this." And I guess he agreed with me because he felt sorry and he left.
Alright, well, I'm gonna do my rounds, but thank you so much for helping me out with the food.
Oh, thank you for coming in, and I'm glad you've got something to drink and you have something
Mm-hmm.
for your tummy while you do your work.
Thank you so much. Have a
Goodbye.
nice evening.
Who let the dogs out? Boko, Boko, Boko. Right, so I'm hopeful about the anti-flow, the ant-flow weasel arc. I'm hoping that they take her up on that. We'll see. They might not. Might not see their check their emails. I have no idea. Although I think it's easy for them to check their emails. They can just check it at the computer in the office. So maybe they do like typically check their emails. I'm hoping they do. That's why I sent to both because I don't know if they check the main if just Sophia checks the main one or if other people check it. I mean, in character don't know any of that. Out of character don't know either, but no. I honestly only check the Doherty's email very rarely because we aren't really using it in 98, though we still have it. I did kind of announce it in the manager's channel because I don't think I told anybody that Doherty's has an email and this was what the password was. And I announced it and people laughed. So it's a funny password. It's not mine. Either Boobs or Pilot came up with the password for the Doherty email, and it's pretty funny. Memorable, I would say, but also funny. It's a good password when you can do that. Oh, enough chicken breast. The chicken breast we don't have. No. It's the waffles, and I can make more waffles. I can make waffles. We have a lot of sliced potatoes. Not really out of potatoes. We just need to make the waffles. I don't know why the waffles are made of potatoes. Don't ask me. Potato waffles? Is that a thing? Is potato waffles a thing? Does anybody know? I'm an old lady. Potato waffle sounds like something that isn't a thing to me. But... we do need flour and eggs and milk because we make pancakes. But for the chicken and waffles, we make potato waffles, which kind of makes sense. It sounds more like a savory waffle than a breakfast waffle, I guess. But I don't know from chicken and waffles. I had never heard of chicken and waffles until I saw Rhett and Link. You guys know Rhett and Link from the internet. Years ago, wrote a song about chicken and waffles because I guess to them it was also a novel concept that these U.S. restaurants were coming out with chicken and waffle dishes. Potato pancakes, yeah, or latkes. I mean, are we going into the latke knish territory? Because that's a thing. And I guess the flat potato pancake, kind of the savory pancakes from Asian cooking, like a different beast though. I'd never heard of potato waffles. I have this little mini. I indulge in a little mini waffle maker that I saw online, and I use it to make eggs. Strangely enough, because it's great for it's a one egg size, and you make this kind of little waffly egg. If you whip it a little bit, it makes this little puffy egg waffle, and then it's just kind of fun. But I haven't actually made waffles in it yet. I really should. I've got a recipe sitting beside it in the hope that I will actually make more actual waffles. I don't eat very many waffles, so I'm going to make a very small batch. But these are small. But it would be so cute, and I could potentially make a little potato waffle. Now I'm thinking I should make little potato waffles in it. What do you think? And then maybe make chicken and waffles. Irish guacamole. I had a whole list of these things. At my workplace, we have a weekly meeting. Okay, at my workplace, a weekly Microsoft Teams meeting, and every week somebody has to host it, and they have to have a question, right, for the team, and it's a little team building thing that we do every week, so that we get to know each other, and then we have this little thing. And I usually have this list of a whole bunch of questions and things that I will ask uh, when it's my turn to do this. And I'm looking through my workbook, um, and I had a whole list of these. I had said I have some questions to ask you. I said when I hosted it back in May, and they had really strong opinions about these things, and there was a lot of discussion. So the first one is deep dish pizza a casserole. Opinions? I'd be right with you.
Very well.
Uh, this is going to be good. Is deep dish pizza a casserole? Is frosting a condiment? Is chili a soup? Is cereal a soup? Is a hot dog a sandwich? I have more. But I need to do the same. Oh, hello.
Hello, darling.
Hello. It's, welcome to the Polito Diner.
Oh, thank you very much. I believe this is only my second time being here.
Oh, well,
I,
welcome.
of course, thank you. I tend to be between hours, I believe. Uh,
Oh, I see.
Yes.
I understand that. That is
Ye-
partly my position as well.
Well, darling, you are a pensioner, are you not?
I am indeed. I'm 83.
What's wrong with this country not taking care of its pensioners?
Oh, I don't know. It's. Well, I lay the blame squarely in the lap of my late husband, who gambled away our life savings on the horses, and I didn't know. He always
Oh,
said we would have
yes.
a very comfortable retirement, and when he died, the house had a second mortgage on. It no longer belonged to me, and we had no savings. I had to go live with my daughter, and then she had the very bad sense to die. So I came here to Los Santos and got a job. Yes, I have
I'm
nothing.
in similar circumstances. My last husband, I won't say my late husband because he's not dead. Uh, my last husband did gamble away my money in Monaco, and so I came back to Los Santos from the continent
Oh,
to try to
that
regain my film career.
sounds like a very exotic life, very different than mine.
Well, gambling is gambling. I would rather have it on the ponies than on someone's ability to hide a card up their sleeve and pull it out at the last minute. Horses
True.
at least are true to themselves.
Yes, and you can in fact know quite a bit about horse and its condition and so on. But my husband would make these very bad bets.
Well, darling, I am here because I have just partaken in the most incendiary chili I believe I've ever put in my mouth.
Oh
And
dear.
I would, y- yes, indeed, it was at the Yellow Jack, and I would like some sort of something to quench it. I would believe one of your banana milkshakes might do.
Yes, that is exactly what I was going to recommend. That or the strawberry.
I will take the banana, and then I would also like one of your salads because following something heavy like that, I definitely need something light. So I'll actually take one strawberry, one banana, and a salad.
Excuse excuse me.
Bit of friendly advice from a stranger: never ask for a Sandy special.
No, never ask for a Sandy special. I've been told that. Yes.
What's
I'll
the
get
Sandy
your
special?
They will give you a beer and spit in it, and then hand it over. Yeah.
Okay, she wants one strawberry, one banana, and
That
one
is-
salad. And
Yeah.
these are mine, but
I'm gonna be honest. Frequent in the Yellow Jack.
get her
probably
2 waters.
a health hazard for most people.
Darling, if spit was going to kill me, I would have been dead long ago.
It depends on whether it's spit from Sandy locals or not.
Oh,
Oh
ain't
yes,
the
I guess they
cleanest
don't
bunch.
really know where the fish is coming from. What?
what is your name, darling?
My name?
Yes,
Oh, my name is Florence Bagnall.
Bagnall.
Bagnall, yes.
Well,
I married a Bagnall.
do you prefer to be called Mrs. Bagnall, or
Oh, most people just call me Florence.
very well? Hello, Florence. My name is Mrs. Elizabeth Holdsworth.
Oh, it's nice to meet you. Do you prefer Mrs. Holdsworth?
Until I know people better, yes.
All right, your order is on the counter. You get 2 free Palito waters with your order.
Oh, thank you very much.
You're very welcome. It's very nice to meet you, Mrs. Holdsworth. Nice to meet another
Nice meeting you.
person of experience in this town. Wisdom.
Well, it does seem that youth is valued over wisdom sometimes.
It does seem that sometimes is well. Oh, hello. What can I get you, young man?
Oh, Grandma. Can I get?
Did you just
I'm-
call her grandma?
Oh, this is a member of
yes.
the Angels of Death. They're my grandchildren. It's okay.
Y-
Very
yeah.
well. I'm sorry. I was about to
Chaplain
really
was
defend her.
Yes, their
kind of
late
adopted
chaplain
daughter.
was my daughter. Yes,
Yeah.
so he is allowed to call me grandma.
I do apologize.
No, that is fine. It's quite right that you should question that because some people call me
yeah,
grandma
it
who are
was-
not in that position.
Yeah, it was nothing but respect. I promise.
Yes, what would you like, my dear?
In fact, you know what? I'm gonna put in an order for for the shop, so it's quite a big order. If this young lady's buying for herself, I will step back
Okay.
and let her go
What
first.
would you like, young lady?
Hola. I'm running out of Palito sandwiches and water.
Oh my
Oh, that's
goodness!
what I want.
What kind of sandwiches do you want? Do you want the bacon, egg, and cheese, or do you want the BLT?
The bacon, egg, and cheese, please. Can I get 10 of those and 10 waters as well?
Of course you can. Absolutely. I'll be right back.
All right, Bob.
Oh, I got to ask for something.
I'm just putting in an order for the shop because we're running low.
Are you Miss Florence?
I am indeed. Yes, I think I recognize you. We were in here before.
Orale. I was.
Lupe,
I have
were
some.
you Lupe?
Lupe. Yeah, I'm Lupe.
Understandably so.
Let me see. I want to whisper because I don't want them to know what's going on here. But I have something for you that, same thing I gave you last time as a
Oh,
tip.
sweet lady.
I don't want to just leave that on there.
I understand, yes.
Dang.
Quite alright. Look, it ain't a blood relation, so a lot of people, I guess, would.
It's very helpful for my hips
Uh,
and knees.
Yeah, and I'm also gonna give you more than I gave you. What did I give you last time? 5?
5, I think. 4 or 5. And you need some money. I have some money I can give you.
Oh, no.
Are you sure? Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
I'm,
no,
to
because I
put
got
that away immediately. Thank you so much, my dear. That
You're
is
welcome. That should last you for a little while.
a
But
little while. Thank you so much.
You're dealing with.
Are you sure you don't want some money for it?
Get for it.
oh no.
Ooh. Goodness gracious.
Very much so.
It's very
Okay,
generous
I
of you,
will.
young lady. Thank you
Well,
so
I
much.
think you've heard it over
Well, I
your
figure I don't get to see you
whisper
often, so I
speaking.
might as
No,
well.
I'm very glad you came in today.
Malachi and Buck have started calling me and Raven mum and dad.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, so pardon me.
They start
Your
arguing over who
order's
gets
on
to
the
play the
counter,
Nintendo next and
Loopy.
everything.
You
It's
just take
cunt
that.
crazy.
Yeah, I'll cover that for you.
Are you sure?
Oh yes, absolutely.
Auntie Bob, yep, and Uncle Micah and Uncle Kane, and
Are you sure?
I guess the
Here,
new
let me
generations
do
come in, eh?
something.
So what's in? I'm here for it.
There, I don't know if that's enough.
I feel
No,
so rough.
that's plenty. Thank you, young lady.
Mm.
Appreciate you coming by today.
Okay, gracias.
Goodbye, Miss Loopy. Okay, what is the order for my lovely grandchildren?
Bob, you
Pleasure meeting you.
can
It's a
stuff
pleasure
first, 'cause
meeting you, Mrs.
big order.
Holsworth.
Alright. Biggest thing I'm ordering is just 30 mountain water. And then 10 BLTs, that's it.
Sorry, how many BLTs?
Just 10.
10 and 30 mountain waters?
Yep.
Alright,
Reminds
I'll
me,
be right
Grandma,
back.
you now have, I guess, great grandkids in the club.
Oh my goodness, how many great grandchildren do I have?
2 at the minute. They've taken to calling. You remember Raven,
Yes.
Mum's actual adoptive daughter? I
Yes,
guess
I
adoptive
do. I
daughter.
do remember. Yes.
Our 2 newest club members have taken to calling her mum. So I guess you've got great grandkids now.
Oh my goodness, yes, absolutely. Well, that's lovely news. I'm so glad. I sure really would love to spend more time with my grandchildren.
Yeah, should come on a ride with us.
State of the rides we
30
had yesterday.
mountain water.
Maybe not.
Glad we have quite a lot. I made a
was
bunch on
decapitated by a
Florence
flip car.
earlier, and then some on Judy.
I got taken out by several vehicles multiple times. It was bad yesterday.
Damn. I was just leaving my house. Passed out.
Yeah.
There you go, young lady.
Right, there we go. I've done some more decorating at the Undertaker business.
Oh my goodness, an undertaker. That's a lovely thing to get into. It's so needed. Sometimes
Yeah,
wonder
so-
if I will have a dignified send off when I go.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. It's a little
Yeah,
dead right now, though.
you're part of the family, Grandma. We wouldn't let you have it any other way.
Oh,
Mhm.
that's lovely, dear. What can I get you for your big order? I'll see what I can do.
Could I get 50 bacon, egg, and cheese, 50 chicken waffles, 50 pancakes, and 150 waters, or as close to?
Yes, I don't know if I can get you all of that, but let me see what I can get you.
As
The
close as you
waters is
can
fine. The water is fine. I have that. See, that cuts in so bad.
Do you know how much that would come to? I just got to run across and get it out of the
Let me have a look.
account.
Yeah, I think I can get you 20, maybe 30 of each of those.
30 of each is fine. Got to keep the workers fed and all.
I see. Yes. It's still a lot, but it's better than nothing. And I just don't want to have to like. This is the problem with not opening that often is people want to stock up when we do. Wait, that's pancakes, not coffee. And bacon, egg, and cheese, pancakes, and chicken and waffles. Yeah, that comes to $3,000 even if I do 30 of each of those things and the 150
It's,
water.
it's perfect. I'll just go and grab that out of the account and I'll be back across in a second.
Of course.
It's lucky number 124.
Bacon, egg, and cheese, chicken and waffles, pancakes. There you go. I've got the food on the counter, and I'll go and get the water now.
Thank you.
And I'll spend the rest of my time here making water, and should be able to get the water. It's pretty light.
Thank you, Grandma. You have a lovely day.
Yes, you as well. No tip though. I don't think I can replace all of those things, but I'll see what I can do. Bacon, egg, and cheese. I was in the process of making more waffles, so I don't have waffles I can make. Interrupted by actual customers, which is far preferable to making stuff in the back. Sandwich is defined as two separate pieces of bread encapsulating a variety of ingredients. Interesting. Interesting because bread, not bun. Because I've seen sandwiches made on buns. And hamburgers are usually referred to as breakfast, or breakfast sandwich can be on a range of different kinds of things. And hamburgers are referred to as sandwiches on menus, or classified as. So a hot dog, I would think, also. Is ravioli a dumpling? That's one of my other questions. And are Pop-Tarts ravioli? Another question. Any views on those things? I really got quite lively discussion from my my colleagues when I presented those questions to them at their staff meeting. I was happy to give her something a little more lively to wear. I was happy when I found this outfit, as it gives her a little pop of color. It was nice to meet Mrs. Holdsworth too. Which is its older character, and what we were talking about yesterday when she was in my chat was whether we could have like old lady gang, because it was always my intention to have Florence get up to a little bit of no good, but it's hard to do by yourself, and it's hard to know how to crime. She got a massive amount of money from amount of joints just now from Lupe. Guadalupe was also in my in my chat, and we haven't seen. That's I haven't though. Our characters have not seen each other in a long time, so it was very nice of them to bring. Actually, that is a fact. I have to charge Florence for what she got. So what she got was 30. No, wait, it was a 10. I can't remember if it was 30 or 10 Mountain Waters. I got the 30 Mountain Waters. And 10 BLT. We covered that because she was given a whole bunch of joints. Okay, so what don't we have? We can only make one. Let's see what we're missing. It's bacon. I can make more bacon. You definitely need more bacon. As when she starts to make stuff back here, she'll inevitably have somebody come in. But that's nice. I normally put music on as well, but because I'm streaming, I have to be in streamer mode anyway. So I can't really. I really should get like a bunch of 40s and 50s like music. That's not DMCA. To see if I can have a playlist for Florence that is that I can actually play on stream. I love Spoochie Beach. Yep. In the water here. I'm going to switch to Judy pretty soon. I'm just going to try to restock a little bit, and then I'm going to switch to Judy. But I could put it to a vote. Would you rather me switch to Judy or switch to Harvey when I get this done? I'm just ordering some more milk, potatoes, and chicken. Lawrence would be able to bring some potatoes, but whatever I'm feeling. Harvey's people aren't around. Don't believe. Harvey can have adventures with other people, but the problem, and lately it's actually been pretty good. I haven't run into anybody that's weird about Harvey lately. Except for whoever Finch is dating. For some reason, Finch dates men that want to eat rabbits, and I don't know why it's like that. But honestly, I think she's had several boyfriends, and every one of her boyfriends has talked about eating Harvey and how delicious he would be. So, not the greatest. I don't know why it is that she seems to attract guys that want to eat rabbits, but I've noticed it. Not on Harvey the first. One of Finch's boyfriends was saying that about Puddles, and in front of Judy, who got very angry with him. And this was before Puddles and was Judy's queen. This was before. It's boring. It's boring. It's just like, yeah, okay. Let's just yeah, okay. Let's pretend that that's the most unique and original thing to say about a character who's playing a rabbit, like a player who's playing a rabbit. They're clearly saying it to get a rise out of the player, but the rabbit cannot respond to it, right? I mean, we can respond to it in terms of like if you can kind of pick up on some danger or hostility, you can kind of play that, but the words, you can't really know what those words mean. Other than Harvey actually has, like, I have it in Harvey's backstory that he was a trained magician's rabbit. He has a vocabulary that is larger than that of the average rabbit. He knows more human words or English words because he spent time with a magician on the Las Vegas circuit. He met a lot of people. He has heard a lot of, and he was trained to understand certain commands. So he knows, he has a fairly big for a rabbit vocabulary. He also learned a lot about people when he was doing this. He spent about 4 years of his life, over 4 years of his life, being a magician's rabbit. When he was a little baby rabbit, he was still being exposed to that through his mom, who was the magician's rabbit. He was bred to be a magician's rabbit from a line of puka, very intelligent creatures who took rabbit form. So he has rabbit, like puka ancestry. He himself is a rabbit, but he has that in his DNA. His mother did, his grandmother did, all down the line. There's been puka in his bloodline. So he's a very smart rabbit, and he picks up on a lot of things. So even though he's 100% rabbit, he still has that in his history. Plus, being bred from very intelligent line of rabbits who were all magicians rabbits. So he's got, and Harvey himself donated to the cause. Harvey has children who are magicians rabbits, because there was like a little group of people who did that. And Harvey was a magician's rabbit, and Harvey, before he was neutered, had progeny. Let's put it that way. Harvey's magician owner died, and his son was given Harvey. Harvey immediately had Harvey neutered, so Harvey is no longer producing little baby rabbits with his little baby, his baby mama girlfriends, who were also magician's rabbits. So he's no longer in part of that life. And when he recovered from being neutered, he ran away and came to Los Santos. because he hopped a train, he hopped a plane, he got here, he ended up at the airport, he stowed away. He's a smart bunny. So I know there's kind of a move in the, for the animal pets to not understand English and to not know what people are saying and to not be able to react to things. But there's a lot that rabbits can sense, and there's a lot that Harvey has heard. Harvey knows when somebody is talking about cooking him. He understands that. That's a joke that people used to make on the circuit. He understands the joke. He gets the joke. He knows what that means. Whereas a lot of animals, and he can pretend like he doesn't know, but he can get himself out of that situation. Like he just leaves if he hears people talking about cooking and eating him. He just leaves. And I just vacate that RP because, and I have been told by a player was in that situation that they basically, once Harvey left, they wailed into the other person and, showed them the error of their ways because they didn't like the fact that, which is nice to know that there are people standing up for the animals and not allowing them to be, people to joke about. And I don't even know if it's a joke. Like there's a couple of situations Harvey's been in where it was not a joke. He was threatened by an old man at the noodle shop the first time he went in. And he never went back to the noodle shop. Now, it's unfortunate because it kind of cuts off avenues of RP and it cuts off, whole RP, like access to RP hubs. For example, he was told by Justin, of course, he doesn't really understand this, that animals are banned from PDM because PDM owners do not want animals. By their own rules, the animals don't know that. Right? You can't. How do you get an animal to know it's banned from PDM? It doesn't. It doesn't know it's banned from PDM. Harvey was also told there was an exception for him because he was Justin's emotional support animal. Justin's gone now. So Harvey doesn't have that anymore. He doesn't have the protection of Justin to be allowed to go to PDM. So, but does Harvey know he's now banned from PDM? When it was okay for him to be at PDM before? He doesn't know any. Like, those are all subtleties that he can't understand. He just knows that his friend Justin used to work at PDM and he would go to PDM to see him. He didn't. Exactly. He doesn't know that he's not supposed to go to PDM. None of the animals know that. And in fact, hearing that the animals were banned from PDM made me want to, like, as Harvey, round up a whole bunch of animals and raid PDM because that's just, being a contrarian. But this is an RP choice that they're basically making to block RP from at PDM for this whole group of players who play animals. Is it their right to do that? Yeah, I guess. Is it in the spirit of freestyle? No, not really. Hello? Clicking noise. Alright, let's see what we can make. I made 10 EECs. There's a lot to restore here. I think we were down like 40 bacon, egg, and cheese. 45. We were down a lot. Because that was very popular this morning. Bacon, egg, and cheese, chicken and waffles, and pancakes are the most popular thing here, I think. I would say. So I'm really quite excited about the outflow. Dear Aunt Flo. Aunt Flo in her monthly column. I don't know if it's going to be monthly. I have no idea. I don't know if they'll take it on at all. If she doesn't hear from Weasel, she'll try the Meteor. Though I don't think they have a print edition of the Meteor in the game like they do with the Weasel. I don't know. There's a news channel that's, I guess it's canon. You know, it's in character channel that people can say that they saw things in the Daily Meteor because it's in that channel. And it's in competition, direct competition with Weasel. Weasel has been much more of a television station than a print media for a while. They've really just been printing official announcements and things. They haven't really been doing stories per se, which is definitely missing. You need to have some reason for people to pick up the newspaper, and if you don't have the nice juicy stories that people can talk about and RP around, it's less likely that people will think about picking up newspapers. When I get newspapers on duty and I put them in the in the counter, Dottie will also put newspapers in the counter. So a lot of people learned that there actually is a newspaper in the game from picking it up at the counter at Doherty's, because otherwise, why would you think to go get it? Like, those are just props. Like, in a lot of servers, those are just props. They're not an actual newspaper box that you can get newspapers in. So it's not, people have to learn that that's a real thing. What the problem is, if there isn't a constant flow of articles and things being written, there's a lot less reason to spend $3. If you buy, Judy used to buy one every day and there would be something new every day. Now, Judy maybe buys it once a week because it'll be exactly the same as the previous one that she bought. I don't have enough to make 10. What do I have enough to make? What am I out of? Bacon again. Wow, I wish you could make 30. You can slice 30 potatoes and 30 tomatoes, but you can't make 30 bacon, which I feel is, like, since it's prepping an ingredient, I feel like you should be able to get more. The ingredients, I feel like you should be able to get more, but that's me being not wanting to be tied into doing the grinding for as much. I don't mind doing, the prep and the behind the scenes stuff, but I wish it was just a little faster. So you didn't have to get stuck so much in a non-RP situation. There have been a few times when there's been more than one of us doing prep in the kitchen, and that's great. It's great that you're in the kitchen with other people and you're able to talk to them while you're doing this, because you get to RP while you're doing it. But a lot of the time it's just this, and it's boring, and people don't like it, so they leave and they stop working here. It makes me sad. I do hope to run into Elizabeth again. I do hope that they can be friends and they can hang out together. They're very different. Elizabeth is very continental, very fancy, and Florence is very homespun. So they have a nice contrast there between the two of them. But Florence isn't stupid. She's smart. She just, doesn't have the worldly experience that Elizabeth has. I have a crack in my nail. It's really bothering me. So my nails are going to have to come off if that one comes off. I had to chop all my nails off my right hand, or, file them all down because several of them were broken, and the ones that were long still look weird. So I never used to be able to grow my nails at all, and menopause. Who knew? Apparently, I can grow my nails now. I had very weak nails when I was growing up, and for some reason now I can grow nails. So. Also, menopause has mostly eliminated my leg hair. That's, there's a few benefits to menopause, and apparently that's one of them. It's my leg hair is negligible now. Hardly have any. Not that I had very light leg hair anyway, like a lot of people, and I don't. I'm a natural blonde, and my hair is very light. My eyebrows and eyelashes are pretty much non-existent if I don't color them. All wins, and of course the big win, not having to have periods anymore. Woohoo! Now you have to buy Depends. You don't get out buying products, You have to just switch the kind of products that you get. You go from menstruation products to incontinence products, right? From just like that. No, I don't wear Depends, by the way. I just, I don't have to wear adult diapers yet. I'm waiting, though. See if I live long enough. You're still hoping that we'll get some of these asks that we've made for in here. There is a criminally small amount of storage in here. I am surprised they've gone as long as they have with the small amount of storage that they have. As it is a really small amount of storage. So they've asked for this fridge back here to be made into storage for completed food. Because that storage is hooked up to all these things, and so it makes more sense to have the raw ingredients be there. And then we put the finished ingredients, the finished stuff in that fridge, and that'll be a lot better. We have way more storage at Doherty's than they have here. I have 1, 2, 3 storages at Doherty's. None of them are huge, but the fact that there's 3 of them means you've got a lot more flexibility for where you keep things. At Doherty's, we don't really have keep a lot of food made ahead of time, but here you kind of have to. And you might say it's lazy RP to not, make food in front of the people. And I do sometimes make food in front of people, but you're not going to stand there and make 30 bacon, egg, and cheese in front of somebody. It's just, people don't have that kind of time. They don't want to wait for you to make a ton of food because we get big orders here at the diner. We do get people who are coming in and ordering one, but a lot of the time people want 30 mountain waters and 10 sandwiches. And when that's the case, you don't really want to stand there making 30 sandwiches and 30 mountain water. You don't want to do that. And yes, you can be talking to them while you're doing it, but it still takes quite a long time. And people want to get on with their RP. So we have to stock more here than... Now, we don't stock thousands of things, but we do have 100 of each thing. And as you can see, I literally talked, he wanted 50, and that's a lot. That's 60 more items than... And I had it. Technically, I have it, but we are allowed to limit people. And limiting it to 30, I think, was a reasonable compromise between what he asked for and what I was willing to do. But it's always a balancing act. I would like to get to the point where we have more people working here. Of course, I forgot to put up the posters, and I forgot to put up the hiring poster while I'm here. But I also kind of expect, like, most of the people that we hire are hired because they come to the diner. I've had one person that she's hired recently who came because he saw the ad. And now he's on LOA. Like, he worked a couple of shifts and then he went on LOA, which is another bit of an issue we have all across the board with the legal businesses. People do a couple shifts and then they disappear. But I understand that too. You know, people try things out. But it takes a lot to do this day in and day out, do the Civ RP. It's quite a lot of work. And it's more like work. It's less like playing than doing the criminal stuff. Doing the criminal stuff, you really feel like you're doing something different. You're playing a game, playing GTA. When you're just doing Civ stuff, you're just doing Civ stuff. And yet it's very different than real life Civ stuff, but still, it's very day-to-day mundane kind of thing to be doing. Now, I love the pub RP when you get a lot of people in and it's a hub and people are meeting their friends there. They're meeting people who are there. They're talking to each other. They're, playing pool. They're playing darts. They're hanging around outside smoking. They're doing whatever. It feels so real and yet it's fun. It's not... And I've always kind of wanted to work in an Irish pub, strangely enough, back when I was younger. There was an Irish pub in Toronto. And I kind of wanted to work there. And yet I never did. And a friend and I used to kind of fantasize about owning a pub. And I don't know why we would fantasize about it, because we actually knew people who owned pubs, and it's not a romantic idea at all. It's operating a food service business that sells alcohol. There's a lot involved. It's not just, we're going to decorate. We're going to rent a place. We're going to decorate a cute spot. We're going to have people come in and pay us lots of money, and we're going to cook for them and sell them alcohol. It's, it's a very simple idea, but there's so much to it. And now with, the laws the way they are, and you have to, have so much precaution and stuff. Back in the day, and the kind of early tavern days, even then you had to watch out for people drinking too much and smashing your bar up and, being rude to your other customers and so on. Or skipping out and not paying, or, all of those things that people have to put up with in the actual hospitality trade. Now, we don't have very many people skipping out on paying here, but we do have people who drink to excess. We have people who are rude to other people. We have fights break out. We have, all these little weird things. And the robberies. And the hostage taking. Because they don't really do it up here so much. It's a long way to go for a hostage, unless they're doing the Polito Bank. It's a long way to come up here for a hostage. So we don't typically get the hostage situations up here. But Doherty's gets them all the time. There are constantly people coming to Doherty's and either kidnapping the staff or the people, or the customers, or the people in the parking lot. We're just a ripe source of hostages. And I personally don't mind the hostage RP. There are a couple people who have not been very good kidnappers, who've been kind of shitty. Like, for example, the time that Judy got taken hostage for a 24/7 and was told to shut up and not talk. I don't know about you, but this is an RP server and we're supposed to be talking to people. But being told to shut up and not talk to people is a real clamp down. Like it just to me it feels very anti-RP to tell somebody to not talk. It might be realistic, um, but it's not. It's not it's not desirable. Let's just put it. There's a whole bunch about this that isn't realistic. What am I out of? Do I have to get more bacon? There's 2 bacon. So to me, it's just like it's happened to me a couple of times in my RP life where they've told me not to talk, and basically it's just shutting down my RP and using me as an NPC, which I don't like. I don't like that. And I almost feel like saying to them, well, if you won't let me talk, you could have just grabbed a local. And just sort of give them a little bit of a hint. I'm a participant in this scene too. They've gone out of the way. I'm not just an NPC. I'm not just a prop. My character is in this scene. So you don't tell me not to talk. I kind of almost felt like reporting those people because they literally right from the get-go were saying, shut up. I don't know whether it's because they kidnapped a woman, whether they would have been the same if I had been a male character. But in any case, I did feel like an NPC for that particular job. And on jobs where Judy is not treated well, which has only admittedly happened a couple of times, when the police ask her, did they use names? She'll tell them. She will give them information. She ordinarily is not a snitch, but if she gets treated badly, you want this to be more realistic? I'm going to be more realistic. I'm going to do what I would do in real life if I was kidnapped by people. I'm going to tell the cops what I know. Every other scene. Oh my, hello. I'll be right out. I hear a puppy. Do I hear a puppy? I hear a puppy on their own, or is there a person out there?
Oh no, there's a person here.
Oh goodness. Is that Kiva?
Yes, it is.
Oh, hello, Kiva. I'll be right with you.
Okie dokie.
Just frying some bacon in the back here. You know how it is.
Absolutely.
I just had a very big order from Rebel Ranger, so I have to try to stock back up.
Oh, well, I was going to do an order for the hospital, but I don't want to drain you of everything.
Well, I'm going to do a limit of 30. Because it's just a lot of making sandwiches in the back here after. What are you looking to get here?
Well, mostly water, but just like 25 of a few other things.
Okay, we can do that. How much water did you need?
It depends how much you have available. 100 maybe?
I think I can do that. I don't like to turn them down, but it's a lot of making things. I tell you what I don't have much of is chicken. Oh my goodness. Hello. Hello. How are you? What a sweet pupper. What
Oh,
can I,
she's the best girl.
what can I get for the puppy dog?
Oh, she always gets sad when she comes in here.
Oh, you know what that is?
Oh yeah, whenever she first came to the island with her owner, he worked here, so she used to spend a
Oh,
lot of time, and then
oh,
he passed.
I'm
So
sorry, puppy. I am so sorry, sweetie. You look like a lovely dog, and you look like you're very well cared for now. But I
oh,
can.
she's most loved. Yes.
Oh, that is lovely. Okay, so you said you wanted 100 water. And what other than chicken, which we're quite low on, is there anything else I can get you?
Well, if I could get 25 pancakes, 25 salads, and 25 BLTs.
Oh, I think I can do that. I have to get so much water. Cakes. Salads. Let me just check because I'm seeing 27. Okay, that is going to be 2,250.
Yep, sounds good. There you go.
I forgot to get her extra. Okay, I put that all in, so it is all on the counter for you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, puppy, are you thirsty? I can give you a water. I put pour it in a bowl here for you. You thirsty, sweetheart?
Oh, there you go. Put these in the ambulance.
Oh my goodness. It's a frisbee in the air. There you go. Hope that makes you feel a little less dry. Good puppy. Oh, do you need more water? You're still thirsty, sweetheart.
Oh no, she's so well trained. She gives the bowl back to you.
Oh my goodness, thank you so much. I'll take that. What a sweet puppy. What is her name?
Her name is Goose.
Goose. What a lovely name. Oh, what a sweet girl. What a lovely, well trained girl you are. We have some very
Yes,
untrained
she is.
animals who come in here. There's a puppy named Lily who comes in who just tears around the place like she owns it. Oh, what a good girl. You're a lovely girl, Goose, and you're welcome to come see me anytime I'm here.
Oh, she loves visiting places.
Oh, the lovely little smile she has.
Yep. She's adorable.
Is. Well, it's lovely to meet you, Goose, and I hope that you come back to see me again. My name is Florence. Not that she can understand that, but I don't. I think that. Yeah, I'm a little confused by that as well.
Let me put your frisbee down for you. There we go.
She yes. There we go, Goose.
There we go.
There she goes. She's got her frisbee now.
Oh, she loves her frisbee. Okay, shall we head back down to the city in case someone gets hurt?
Yes, well, you have a lovely
Yes.
day. I must go back
You
to
too,
restocking,
Florence.
I'm afraid.
It's okay. I left you. I'm sorry. I don't have much cash. I left you a little tip.
Oh, thank you, dear. Very kind of you.
You take care and thank you very much.
Yes, nice to meet you. Good. I mean, you go. You have a lovely day. You go with Kiva now. Okay. Bex, did we get our Bex done? Yeah, it's demotivating, and it also is just so anti-RP. It's just I wouldn't say like I got kidnapped quite a bit on No Pixel Public, and I would say that most of my kidnapping experiences on public were good. Some were great, um, and some were good. One or two were meh. But on here, I've had two meh ones, and I kind of it really stands out when you get one because it just most of them are so good. Judy got kidnapped by the best possible kidnappers the other day for a armored truck. It was uh, Moon, Mundo, Shane Ryder, Timo. I'm not sure what character he's playing, but he plays played Gabe in Ignite because those guys were all like a little crew on Ignite as well. I would Ignite 1.0. And there were a couple of other people involved. Waco and a lady who I don't know. But I mean, that was just a delight. Like, that is when I realized it was Moon coming in to kidnap somebody at Doherty's, it was like, take me. Because I knew it was going to be a fun time. And it was. It was a fun little scene. They asked Judy what her favorite song was, and they played it for her. Nice little weird chat about milking cows and lactating and stuff. It was a weird little thing with Ryder. Um, there wasn't much police response. Judy was talking about, how the last armored truck job she got shot at, and she got shot this time too, just not very badly though, just a bandage or two took care of it. But it was they're dangerous because there's 4 NPCs in the truck and they are all armed like with machine guns or class 3s, and it was just like, yeah, it's they're challenging for people. Well, we were in a good location for it too. It was down by the on the docks at the with the Liberty Logistics, like the dock where in No Pixel there's like a lot of racers go there, and I think on here too there's races that start there, but just at the it was a great location for the actual heist thing, and it was fun. So you get one like that, and then you get these like guys that tell you not to talk, and I'm like, I feel like it is actually a bit petty to report them because they're technically doing the work. It just feels like a completely different experience. And I know that they feel like that's kind of shit as dog water RP. Like you don't just rob somebody. You don't just pocket white people. You don't just, because one of my first days on the server, okay, we've made, oh god, we're really low on pancakes, we're low on these things. So we got the backs back. Probably means the BLTs can't be made because I need to make more bacon. No, I can make 10. Backs are done. It's my first day on the server, or first full day on the server. Judy was talking to some people down at the vehicle rental place on behind the Legion Square Bank, and in that, this guy that she met who was and then Mrs. Kim, who's played by a really great role player, it had me absolutely dying laughing. I think this is my first time role playing with that person, but it might not have been. I don't remember if I role played with them on Ignite or not. But anyway, we had a really great little scene, and then Mrs. Kim left. These guys pulled up, 4 guys in a 4-door black car, jumped out, held guns, said, "Give us all your money." They basically said, "Hands up, give us all the money." And they robbed us and they took all our money. They didn't pocket wipe us. They just treated us like an ATM, which really, was, I found, would have been fine if they gave us the RP. If they gave us some fun RP, if they gave us a chance to talk, but it was like, shut up, give us the money. And then they jumped in the car and left. And having been treated like, NPCs, I didn't even know, like, it was my first full day on the server. I had no idea how to show, the numbers. I had no idea how to get their number for a report. So I went on to one of the Discord channels, I guess the community help one, and said, "How do you get player IDs for reports?" And then we kind of talked about it in there, which is probably not the right forum to talk about it because it's really just a help thing. But to clarify, I kind of gave some more information about it, and basically, one person decided to play devil's advocate. I don't think they were involved. I think they were just, but basically said, "Well, they had because I said they didn't talk to us. They said hands up and took all our money," and which is like in most rule sets, it's an example of low quality RP, right? Because it's just, it literally is. It's basically treating other players like props or NPCs, and or ATMs in this particular case. And this one guy just played devil's advocate and said, "Well, they had all this RP to get ready for this job, and you should just suck it up, basically, and just get your RP from the scene with your fellow victim and the police and whatever, blah, blah, blah." And I said, "Well, I did suck it up, but I want to know how to report this in future because it's low quality RP." And Whale came in and said, "Yeah, it is. It's low quality RP. We expect better from people on here. We don't want this. We don't want people to have this experience. You don't treat people like NPCs." And the guy was kind of persisting in this idea that, "Hello, script boy. What a sweetheart. Thank you so much." Persisting in this idea that you're not the center of the scene, so you should just suck it up, and basically the other member says, "Well, we're not going to discuss it anymore in here. This is a help channel, but it's Dogwater RP. Don't do it." And then Whale made an announcement about it, which is because these guys had done this before, and you don't treat people like NPCs. You don't treat other players that way. So, further to that, if I get taken hostage again and am told to shut up and not participate in the scene and treated like an NPC, I'm going to report them because I'm tired of this kind of, you don't want this stuff. We don't see much of it on here, or at least I don't see much of it on here. We have really good role players on here as rule, but every once in a while there's a new batch of approvals, and there's a bunch of people who, have a GTA Online mentality about doing robberies and things. And it's not good. Basically just not good. Those people tend to get weeded out really quickly, but only if people report them and say, "Look, they're doing stuff they shouldn't be doing." I have not got a ton of experience in reporting people. I generally roll with the punches. No, this didn't happen today. This did not happen today. This happened a few weeks ago. A while ago, actually. Judy got grabbed at a digital den. She went to the corner of a digital den to buy phone cards for her husband and got taken hostage there and was immediately told to shut up and not talk. And then they asked her questions, and she's like, okay, do I talk? You told me not to talk. So it was like then they decided to ask her questions and like be part of the scene. So it's one of the reasons I didn't report them is because they did eventually kind of bring her into the scene. But up until then, it was like, shut up and don't talk. You're an NPC and we need you for this job. Then we're going to do this job and we're going to get away with the loot and blah, blah, blah. So I did get brought into the scene when the police came. But before that, they didn't want me to talk. And it was like, yeah, okay. That's not great. You know, like, no. I'm gonna run through all this stuff. I'm gonna need to make a bigger order. I think I might need to close actually. I think I might need to turn the blip off because I can't really take any more. I can't really do any more orders. I can't really do any more selling because yeah, Judy only got kidnapped once in the whole of 1995. And it was with Santa and some elves, and it was a fun little scene. Because they told her she was on the naughty list when they were driving her up to the convenience store at Mirror Park. And it was like it was a really funny little scene. That was the only time she got kidnapped in the whole of 1995. But she'd been kidnapped a bunch of times in 98. So that's I don't know what that means. Most of them have been good. She's been kidnapped 2 or 3 times now by Moon Mundo. And she knows it's Moon Mundo, like she knows his voice, but of course, voice ID, blah blah blah. Well, you're allowed to recognize somebody's voice. You can't use it in court. You can't have a case rely on identifying somebody by voice. That doesn't mean you don't know who it is. Like it's not like people are like he's not even hiding his neck tats or anything. Like he's just so obviously Moon, right? Which I like. I like that there are people who just don't give a shit. Like they do the bare minimum to disguise who they are for the cops because they know they have to, but they don't really care. They're fine taking responsibility for their actions, and they don't like they aren't W role players like trying to be GTA Online. They're having a fun heist and they're having a fun time. Take my multivitamin. Oh my god. No, not yet. There, Moon, I've taken my multivitamin. Thank God you're here. That multivitamin bottle is not going to go down by itself if I don't get reminded. So Oak, did you have Oak on No Pixel? Oko? Is he an older character? Trying to remember. Oh my goodness. Medal of I have to keep disappearing into the back and making bacon and waffles. I keep running out of bacon. We have so much that needs bacon. But fortunately now you get 4 bacon for each pig piece. For the longest time, it was 1-to-1. And I brought it up to them a couple of times and said, look, it doesn't make sense that you get 4 slices of ham and 2 pork chops and only 1 bacon from this thing. And they sat down and they looked at it and they went, you're right. And now you get 4 bacon from each. And it's such a relief because it's just, it just cuts down the work we have to do so much. No Pixel Public Purple. I was on No Pixel Public Purple. I'm trying to think of why it sounds familiar. What was your character name on No Pixel Public Purple? And you mean 3.0, right? Because I was on No Pixel Public Purple 3.0 before it was closed. And then I was on Green. That's where Don and I met. I'm trying to think if we met. Yeah, I think we met on Purple. I think we had our EMSs on Purple before Green. And that's where I met Nuke Classics first Elena Crescent character, who was a doctor, who was had just been told she couldn't be a doctor because they didn't want any mute characters being doctors or non-speaking characters to be doctors. They didn't want any non-speaking characters at all, but they had to grandfather in some. They grandfathered in some, but they didn't want any government officials to not be able to speak, and it's kind of unfun. Oak Street. Did we run into each other on Purple? Do you know? Rosie, the EMS older lady. I was pretty much exclusively EMS. I did have an older character for a while, but I was not happy with the character. It didn't really work. I started out with a PED, and then I found another character was using the same PED for a much more established character, so I just basically I retired her, or I changed her into a, one of these, and I was never really happy with her. She did steal quite a lot of cards, so okay. We're getting there. Need more bacon. Wish I could make 30 bacon. Why? Did you log off before reset? Is that that's the working theory for Freestyle falling from the sky while unloading? That's what Tricky was telling me anyway. Because the two of us did, we were RPing. Actually, all three of us were RPing at Mirror Park. Puddles, Judy, and Ricky, and we all missed logging off, and we all fell. Judy landed on Ice and Kane's garage roof, and she survived fine. I don't think Ricky and Puddles had as good a fate. I was kind of hoping to get to the swimming pool because I was almost at the swimming pool. I'm just very close to their swimming pool, but I didn't land in the swimming pool. I landed on the roof and then kind of bounced. I am so sorry though. I'm having to do so much of this boring stuff. I don't know when she planted her crops. when she planted her potatoes. But Judy has to pay her employee who is running another farming company. Oh, I know support didn't care. I'm very well aware of what they thought about support on public. Public was a whitelist mirror server, and it brought in a lot of money with people who wanted to pay for prio, but it got crap for support. They really should have cured more, but they really didn't. It was just a cash cow. Everything they worried about was on the whitelist server, and public supported the whitelist server, but we didn't get much. I paid for prio on that for a long time, and then I just said, we don't want to play this anymore. 4.0 was just my breaking point. It was just so bad for quality of life. 4.0 did a real service to other servers in that the stranglehold that NoPixel had on RP basically just loosened, and people started realizing that there were other servers out there that they could have a better time on. We had already realized that by that time. We'd already been playing on Freestyle for a while, and I'd been playing on Ignite for a while. I started playing a NoPixel Public in, I want to say February, and by May, I was on Ignite, which is my first whitelisted server. I think maybe it was a whole year. Was I a whole year on Pixel before I joined Ignite? I don't think so. Because I heard about Ignite being a 1985 server, and that was my time. Like, I was 25 in 1985. So that was exciting for me. I should be able to answer this question very easily, actually. I'm gonna keep cooking bacon until my arms fall off. Retired characters. I have a vast number of retired characters. Okay, so I joined Pixel Public Purple February 11th, 2020. It always feels like longer. I joined Ignite. Cook some more bacon while I'm looking. Yeah, I think it was definitely in May of the same year. Yeah, freestyle is kind of like a special place where you can really find your way or not. Um, I know Void kind of hit hit her limit on it. Okay, yeah. So I'm remembering it properly. So May, um, so February 2023, I joined public school, and February 11th, 2023, on May 10th, 23, I joined Ignite, or that was my first day on Ignite, I should say. Um, so it feels like a long time ago that I did that, but it just yeah. Yeah, the market closing was it was a real tragic turn of events for No Pixel. And I think it was just kind of like a real indication that, and it was it was a slap on both public and whitelist servers to have that stop being a thing. Because it closed down an avenue of creativity for people, and it making it sort of oh, well, you should have grown up to having a store by now, and it's impossible to get a store. It's kind of it was such a nice little hub for RP, and the market people on all the servers, the no pixel servers were a special group of people, and they had a I it was all gone before I joined. It was gone. But I used to watch no pixel whitelist all the time, and I watched people who had their market things, and I watched people who were so sad that it closed, and it came back briefly, momentarily for a while, um, because they didn't weren't able to fulfill the promise of giving people stores. So it did come back in an informal way on whitelist. Perrin and a bunch of people, who were market people, came back and they figured out how to sell things, and they just did their own little thing out of the backs of their cars, and they just did it. They just did it again. And here we had a bit of a false start with it, um, but it still seems to have that intent that it's people's stopgap or way to prove that they deserve a bricks and mortar store. And I know they really want to move away from just having food businesses, although they do have a few. Like it made sense, I guess, for the hookies guys to, and the pie hole people who had bricks and mortar things in 1.0. Hello, Nano. But it's also like it's I don't know how it works in terms of getting the products ready, but it sounds like they've got some weird restrictions on the products and number of products and things, and I get that they don't want people to overextend, but it's it you've got to give people what they need to do the work. And okay, cheese is getting low. We don't have any much milk. I could get us back up to the. They only sold 2 milkshakes, so make milkshakes. I have so much water to make. I feel terrible, but I really wanted to switch to Judy long before this. But Florence has just been left with so much to do. Okay, the BECs I got done. Yeah. I mean, I'm happy I got some people up here for some RP. That was nice. But it just, unfortunately, because the diner hasn't been opening regularly, it just like ends up with people who come in with mammoth orders. Now, Judy does sell Polito Mountain Water. It's more expensive. It's $3 more expensive than here. But because she has to pay for it, she has to pay $3.75 for it. So she sells it for $8, and they sell it here for $5. But they don't have to pay for it. They just in the machine there. It's just the time it takes to bottle it. And when Judy has keys to here, and the reason that Judy and Ricky have keys to here is because they don't make a dent in the stock here. If they need something, they come and make it, and they don't put a dent in the stock. As long as there's the ingredients to make it, they will make it. I only made 40 BLTs because I wasn't sure how much bacon, like how much stuff. Not the bacon, because I knew that Ricky brought them 700 some bacon because we went down to get bacon and we found that they were allowing us 4 now instead of just 1-to-1 for the pig part. So it's a lot easier to get bacon now. So we came, and instead of bringing them, a couple hundred bacon, we bought them 700 some bacon. So they've got bacon, and bacon is something that Judy and Ricky don't like to buy from the farm because for one thing, we enjoy the pig game. So the pig catching game. We enjoy that. And then you go and you slaughter the pig, which I used to really freak me out, but now I'm just kind of like, okay, it's a necessary evil. So you get 2 to 4 pieces of pork from each pig. And now you get 4 pieces of bacon from each of those pieces. So that's a lot more bacon. And we need pork chops. You get 2 pork chops for each piece of pig, which was my argument, was that why would you get more pork chops from a piece of pig than slices of bacon? So it did eventually get listened to by the right people, and they just said, yeah, that's right. They also put one thing off our list was they did my Doherty's list was they put an ATM by the clothing store, which is fantastic news for everybody. I couldn't see it from Doherty's because there was a pole in the way. But somebody told me, hey, there's an ATM there now. You don't have to send people to Strawberry. So that's great news. Because people will now tip at Doherty's more. Because they would always say, I'm sorry, I don't have any money. I can't tip you. They go out of their way to tell me they're not going to tip me. And when, by the way, I did this big order for Rebel Angel and did not get a tip for that from my grandson. Yes, exactly. You're one of the people who told me that they put it in. I don't think they've got the rest of our asks done, but that was an important one. The other one is fixing the taps, because the taps are, and I have to get someone to talk. Like, I have to talk to somebody about the taps, because right now we have, once we get the Blarneys in, we have three different kinds of stout on tap and lager. So the reason we have all 3 is because we had the Irish stout instead of the Blarneys. Because I think they didn't have Blarneys when Doherty's first got started. So we had the Irish stout, which is fine. The Irish stout, and then we had a Pisswasser stout, which is what they used for the recipe for the Black Velvet. Why Pisswasser stout as the recipe for Black Velvet? I don't know. But I mean, we had 2 stouts. And then we decided we wanted the Blarneys, and we didn't want the Pisswasser Pale, because nobody orders the Pisswasser Pale. If we want it, we can get some of it. So we've replaced the Pisswasser Pale with the Blarneys, but the Blarneys isn't working because there's some kind of name discrepancy. Because the pint of, like, the keg of Blarney says Blarney's keg, and the product inside says a pint of Blarneys. So there's some kind of mismatch because it's not working. And so we now have Irish Stout, Pisswasser Stout, and Blarney Stout as 3 of the 4 taps, and we have lager. So I would like to sit down with somebody and say, look, we need to change the recipe for the Black Velvet cocktail to Blarney's. Then we can replace the Pisswasser Stout with Douche. And we can replace the Pisswasser Stout with AM. And then we'll have Blarney's, Douche, AM, and Lager. That's what I want. But it's just like it's impossible to get somebody to pay attention to that. So it's been a little difficult to, because they do like one thing at a time. But what I really want is like a whole overhaul of how all of those are. Okay, I need 6 salads. I need a whole bunch of pancakes, but I have to make them in here. I need 35 waffles. And I am running out of chicken, aren't I? Yeah, 38 chicken, and we don't have any chicken breasts. Yeah, the Baldo costume. You do more emotes for food than almost anybody else I know. Because you eat the item, and once the item is consumed, you still do the emote, or you do an emote, right? It is part of the fun, but you're like one of the very few people who will do that. There were a couple of guys back in the day who would nurse the glass of whiskey and hold on to it for like the whole time they were in the bar, basically, and they would nurse their whiskey. But there aren't that many people who will sit and do the food plate or the smoothie. I don't know what it is. What is the green glass? Is that a smoothie? Yeah, no. Everybody's in a blank hurry. And you say nobody eats in 2 seconds, but you never had dinner with my father. My father was born in Cape Breton in 1915. Okay. It wasn't a huge family. It's E-glass? Oh, okay. My father was born in 1915. He had one older brother. I don't know where in the line he learned to eat fast, maybe when he was in the army. I don't know. But he would literally, my mother would work to make dinner, put it on a plate. My father would literally hold up the edge of the plate and start shoveling food in to his mouth. And he would be done and scraping his plate and putting it in the dishwasher and out before like we would just sit there. Like I would sit there with my fork in the air just watching. And I ate pretty fast. I learned to eat pretty fast because my family was basically food is fuel. Food is fuel. It's going to eat and we're gonna just get this over with. But my poor mother, she would put all this work into every meal and he would just shovel it into his mouth. And she got so mad at him because the dishwasher was right beside we had a portable, like a big portable dishwasher. It was right beside the kitchen table. And he would start opening it up and putting his dishes in, which is, it's great that he would put his dishes in, but it smelled. And my mother would say, don't put your dishes in the dishwasher while we're still eating. So he took to putting them on top of the dishwasher, which is something. But Honestly, that was just such, it was terrifying. And I didn't realize how much that had rubbed off on me. That whole mentality that you got through meals and you didn't sit and enjoy them. You just, it was fuel and you got through them. But until I moved to Toronto and I was living with my friend and her sister in a small apartment. And the first time we sat down together as a meal, I started to eat and I looked up and they were both just staring at me. And my friend reached over and said, "It's okay. Nobody's going to take it from you. It's fine." And I thought, oh, okay. I, I guess I don't have to eat like my father. It's fine. Yeah, Ignite did have that. You took bites and sips, and it's a Red Dead thing too, like and the Red Dead servers I've been on where you take bites. You can choose to down it, but you can also choose to take bites, and you can make a meal last longer. I do like that they've kind of fixed the business about getting up after you eat and drink, so you don't immediately rise to your feet after you eat and drink. That's good because that was always an issue. You couldn't really RP that you were sitting and eating, enjoying eating, if when you physically ate something, you immediately leapt to your feet because it's hard to keep that, you know, immersion thing where you feel like you're sitting down and having a meal if you're constantly standing up. And pretty much every server that I was on before Freestyle, that was a thing where you, as soon as you ate something, you jump to your feet and drank something, and it's like, can we just not do this? And it turns out you don't have to do that. I, spent my first few months of RP on No Pixel Public, and then I got on to Ignite. And Ignite, you couldn't eat in a car because you would hit an invisible wall and crash, or you would get put up onto a roof or something. But also on Ignite, you didn't have to put something on the ground to hand it to somebody. So that was nice because that used to be a thing on No Pixel for a long time, for the whole of 3.0, I think. You had to, if you wanted to give somebody something, you had to stick it up, put it on the ground, and then they would have to pick it up off the ground. And it's so stupid and it's so unnecessary. Also on No Pixel, women couldn't operate cameras. They couldn't, there's a whole bunch of emotes that women couldn't do. That's unnecessary too. You can fix that if you care. And every time I see on here a woman operating a camera, I think, yeah, women can wash their hands. Women can operate cameras. Women don't have to not do things just because nobody's programmed it for female pets. You can actually take the time and fix it, and you don't have to have crap RP or no RP. Now on Red Dead, women can't play musical instruments. They couldn't play them at all on my previous Red Dead server, and you can't play them well on Badger Hollow. Okay, we're doing well. 5 more BLTs, but I can't. What am I running out of? Got bacon. Yeah, and on Ignite, it wasn't a prop tornado so much as just a wall. Like I remember Brenda ate a hot dog um at Up and Adam, or it was a diner, Pop's Diner or something on Ignite, and got in. I was still eating it when I got back in the car, and I forgot. And then she started driving down the highway, and she hit an invisible wall and almost died, and the car died. She was thrown out of it. Um, and it was quite early in the morning, and there weren't very many people on, but fortunately a cop came by and she waved him down, and he drove her he impounded it and drove her downtown, fortunately. And I remember Hoot would always kind of goad people, Big 50 being who he is, goad people to eating ice creams in their cars. If you get an ice cream in your car, it would go up to the nearest roof with you in it and kill you or damage you. Yes, well, it's classic Big 50. Like he's such a little shit disturber. I expect him to come out of the woodwork now and say, "Moi." Okay, I need 6 salads. And then I can do the pancakes, and then I can do the water. I'm not going to do 300 water. I'm about had the buttered bun on this. I have to do a couple hundred anyway because I don't like leaving them with no water. And I have to look and see. Yes, Coot with his cow print car. I loved his cow print car. Except it was little Sasquatches or something, wasn't it? It was like a Sasquatch print, but it looked like a cow. Am I dreaming that? Or were this it was like little Sasquatches, but if you looked at it from a distance, it looked like a Holstein cow. Big 50, where are you? We need the answer to this question. And I don't know why they didn't fix the. And I gather they still had that in. They still had that in 2.0 Ignite that you couldn't eat in a vehicle. That's the only server I've ever been on where you couldn't eat in a vehicle. And I know you can fix that. Like, I know these things can be fixed. It's just a question of not fixing them. Wait, no, this is salad. I'm making salad. It's just so odd that these quality of life things really should. But it's kind of dead now. Like Ignite, did Ignite 2 just die? Because we got a bunch of people back, and a bunch of people went to Neon Rewind, and that's not doing so well. I haven't played on Neon Rewind in a long time. I'm still technically whitelisted there, but I just didn't. I didn't feel. I wasn't feeling 80s from them. Okay, we have 150 basically of these. If I do 200, that'll be good. Okay, let's get some pancakes. What are we out of? Chicken I've already written down. Cheese. Let me find post for the diner. powdered eggs as well. All right, I've just added to that. We're doing okay for our cherries and apricots for now. Aussie. I don't know how many pancakes I'm going to be able to make because. Yeah, I know a bunch of people that were on Ignite 2.0 that quit. They had a bunch of issues, one of which was not enough rules protecting MMO players. They had clearly some moderation issues with leaving donors over the people that were complaining about them. There's some bad decision making. You know, you get a problem when you tell somebody who's complaining about bad treatment that you don't need rules about torture or pee because everyone there is an adult. Children don't torture people. So, what are you saying? He's saying, literally, we all know that there are people who need to have rules spelled out for them because if they don't see it in the rules, they're going to assume it's okay. There are a whole bunch of people who play GTA Online who think torturing people is okay because players are NPCs. And that's a problem. I don't know what it is about 80s roleplay servers now. Ignite had that kind of locked down and it was good. Ignite 1.0 was pretty good for quite a while. But then things went off the rails. And once you start getting like a whole bunch of devs and admins leaving because they don't like the direction of the owner, they're obviously having a lot of internal problems with running the thing. And let's face it, Bobby was a kid. Basically, a kid who got successful and got a lot of money really quickly and then started to treat people badly. And that's not good. You can't be like that. You have to have an appreciation for your staff and the people who are helping you do something. And yeah. Exactly. Exactly, kid. Like that there was some really bad, like we've even had that on here where there was a gang that captured two police officers, senior police officers. This is back in 1.0. Got them on their knees and then shot them multiple times. And they permit. They indicated that they felt they had given their characters no other choice but to perma. But basically, it's a forced perma. And I don't know what the upshot, like, I don't know what happened, but that's definitely what what happened. Like, I don't know what the outcome of it was, whether there were tickets, whether there were bans, or anything like that. But, no, wait, I do know. 2 of them were executed. Yeah, it's not. You have to not be shitty. If you don't want, you don't expect consequences of your action. You don't expect the person that you're shooting multiple times in the head to perma. Maybe don't shoot them multiple times in the head. You know, give them an out. Shoot them in the freaking leg. Like, don't. This is milk. We don't have any milk. We don't have any milk. Right. We don't have any milk. We have 3 milk. Okay. I don't want to go milk cows on her. So I'm just going to ask for that stuff to be ordered. I'm just going to quickly make a bunch of water, and then we're going to get out of here. Yeah, Bobby being away helped, but then he came back with a bunch of grandiose ideas. He had this relaunch thing that was more about making sexy trailers than about actually improving the server. And he made a bunch of those without implementing things properly. So that, and when we had that relaunch of whatever it was, I can't even remember what he called it. There was nothing for civs in it. There was nothing for civs in it. And it was just like, yeah, don't do that. Reignite, yeah. Something like that. Yeah, well, I can't remember what it's called. And he changed the logo. It was like, your priorities are wrong. You're working on branding, you're working on marketing, but you're not working on making the server better. And where I checked out was he did this fancy fire trailer. And oh yeah, it is. But he did this fancy fire trailer about how cool and groovy fire was going to be. And then when we went back on, none of that stuff worked. And then he got mad at us for frying it before it was ready. Like, on the date he said in the trailer it was going to be launched. And then he called us names and said we were, can't remember what he called us, but at that point he's like, leave Discord. I never flounce, but I do leave. It was just like, I am not playing this character again. I talked to Dunn and we're like, yeah, fuck it. I'm not part of this anymore. If he's going to call us names for, pointing out that his fancy geekos don't work. And it wasn't just, that he said, oh, sorry, thanks for pointing that out, I'll go fix it. It was like literally calling us names for even trying it. Because we were supposed to know that the date on his fancy trailer wasn't the date it was going to be working. Like, dude, please. Yeah, the shutting it down for a month, killing the rest of the pub. There were, yeah, I mean, people went back, like we went back because we were curious, Yeah, dates and deadlines were never his thing. He's a kid. It didn't, you're 22 years old. A deadline doesn't, mean anything. Yeah, once you relaunch like that, it's basically starting again at square one. You don't get to just like everybody come back and all is forgiven and everything's wonderful. Just because there's new toys doesn't mean you've improved anything about the server. And the servers are not like a successful server is not MLOs and toys. It's communities, you know, and if your community is gone, your community is crap, people aren't going to want to come there. And it's no amount of fancy toys is going to make it better. And you do get to the point on certain servers, naming no names, but you know, get to the point where you realize that all they're doing is developing so that they can sell it on, you know, as you can sell MLOs or fancy things, fancy scripts, and make money off them. And your server population then you stop speaking community and starts being a bunch of beta testers. And it's tiring to RP on servers that are like that because you're just constantly hitting the reset button. Onyx was like that when I was on Onyx. It was like, it's a great server. There are some great RPers who went there, but it constantly felt like you're just being a beta tester. And then you start seeing stuff show up, like the salt flats we have here on Freestyle now. That was an Onyx thing. They did that on Onyx. And you start seeing these things show up in other servers, and you know, and you, as the population of the server where it originated, are just there to work the kinks out. And Onyx I left because, I mean, I'm still technically on Onyx. Like, I didn't quit the Discord. I'm still whitelisted on Onyx, and I still have a lot of respect for people, you know, because basically that was breaking the stranglehold of NoPixel on serious RP servers, right? When Onyx, and Onyx, the creation of Onyx did signal the downfall of NoPixel in terms of being the only game in town when it came to serious roleplay, because nobody had really taken it on before, or really had a chance to take it on before. But Onyx had its own set of problems, and that quality of life on Onyx is terrible. The food decay is so rapid. You can't keep yourself fed. It's hard to find food, it's expensive to buy food, and you can't store food. We couldn't put stuff in the fridge for EMS because it would go bad. Water went bad in like 20 minutes or something. Like, you can't have anything. Your EMS are constantly starving and thirsty and having to stop to get food and drink. They closed one of the two, like the closest fast food place to the hospital, where we already had to go off duty, sign on to work there, make our food, then sign back on and go. Like, it's so bad. NoPixel 4.0 was like that, where there was one place to get food, Senior Buns. To go do a shift at the hospital, we would have to go to Senior Buns, log in there, make our food, make the food of anybody who showed up there, then stop and go to the hospital and do our shift, and hope we'd made enough food to last us through our shift. So it's just grinding existence. And then at the hospital, we were making the equivalent, because food in the vending machines were so expensive. We were making the equivalent of 4 bags of chips an hour as doctors. Doctor command, by the way. And then when we complained about this to the staff and admins, they said, well, you're making the most of any faction. And that doesn't mean we should shut up and be thankful. It means everybody's underpaid for the economy. So that's, you know, you start looking at that. And then they decided to have all of the food in the entire state in one mall. You couldn't get food anywhere but at the Senior Buns Mall. The entire state. And food decay, although not as rapid as on Onyx, was a thing. Then they messed up farming so that there was no food. So everybody was starving. There's literally, when people are starting to describe your server as having a famine, you know things are unbalanced. It's not good. So that was the quality of life. And we were already on Freestyle at this point where we voted to not have food decay. And some people will argue, oh, you have to have food decay because otherwise people won't buy things. That's complete bollocks. People will come for the RP and they will buy food. And if there are people who are surviving on 24/7 sandwiches, that's their shitty RP. I'm not responsible for that. Okay, if they don't want to do food RP, if people want to stockpile a little bit or they want to have like Rebel Angel, that's not stockpiling. That's providing food for your employees so they don't have to go out in the middle of their shift to go find food. And it's just, and I agree, the way to make it work, or the way that it works on Freestyle, is the 24/7 sandwiches are expensive and they don't fill you very much. So there might be some balance problems with the food quantity, like filling quantities and so on. We had to kind of grumble because side of fries at Burger Shop was filling people more than our food at Doherty's. And it was curing their stress. And I said, look, this isn't right. Like, somebody eating a big bowl of Irish stew should be getting more out of it than buying a bag of fries at Burger Shop. Like, you should get better nutrition. You should get better food. So that has to be brought to their attention, or they can't figure out how to balance it. Like, if you don't, right now, Pie Hole is selling pieces of pie for $60. We're selling meals at Doherty's that are $60, 50, 60, 70 are our food prices. And or 40 to 70 are the specials prices, actually. They don't feed you at all. So they need to go to and say that needs balance. Like, it's not balanced. If it takes that much money, and that, unless they're really overcharging for them, it's a little unbalanced. Like, it seems to fill you about as much as a bag of chips. So it's not filling very much for a $60 food, which really hurts their RP, because you do want to buy, like, we will still RP buying blueberry pies because we don't, we're not just looking at food as fuel. But at the same time, it's nice if you spend $60 and feel a little bit full. Yeah, exactly. But the market food should still be food, and it should still have nutritional value. I get that, but I still feel that if people are charging people for food, that they should be getting nutritional value from food that people are hand making and charging more for because they have to buy the ingredients, should fill you more than something from the 24/7. So reward the RP that people are doing by making the food, and by the reward the RP of the people who are making it and the people who are buying it, by giving them a little nutrition and a little bit of a payback. So it's just balance. It's all about balance, right? And balance is tricky. Balance is hard. Balance, and also they can't balance if they don't know. So somebody sets a value, like just a number, a little integer, and they stick it in some code. It looks fine, unless they're told, hey, that's really bad. Like, somebody who's eating a Burger Shop side of fries is getting better nutrition and value than somebody who's buying an Irish stew at Doherty. Unless you tell them, they don't know that. Like, it's not intuitive necessarily. So I kind of squawked about it, and Whale said, yeah, okay, let's fix that, and let me know if it needs more tweaking, because I still think that all of the full meals at Doherty should feed more than sides in other places. And I think that's the same about here. Like, food here should fill more than sides at other places, sides at fast food restaurants. So it's I do also feel that a meal at a fast food restaurant should fill you pretty well because it does. It might not keep you sated as long, but it will fill you. If you eat a sandwich and a side and a drink, you should be pretty good. The drinks are also a little bit of a need a bit more balance, but it's hard to say how. In apparently they did, like, we used to always complain that alcohol did nothing. People have no reason to buy alcohol on the server because it doesn't give you a buzz. It doesn't give you a pleasant anything. It doesn't really fill you, quench your thirst, and it wasn't giving you any kind of buff at all. So, Duty owns a bar that hardly ever sells any alcohol because people only buy alcohol if they're RPing, they want to have alcohol. They're not coming into the bar and buying alcohol to drink because it's not a very good drink. So they did do a little bit of tweaking with that. They did up the amount that it quenched thirst, and they also, I believe, made it reduce stress, which is great. It's something. But hardly anybody is that stressed. Like, people tend to deal with stress by smoking. It removes a lot of stress. Okay. Because I haven't actually been stressed and drunk alcohol. Judy doesn't drink alcohol. Florence never goes to bars. She used to work at the hen house, but she hasn't been to a bar. So I haven't had a chance to test that, but I know that they will added that because it was a request that the bars had that alcohol do something. My characters don't tend to get too stressed. He is not an alcoholic. Where is your evidence for that, Psycho? Harvey's a goddamn hero. He saved a drowning man last night. Yes, exactly. Well, your RP choices. Now, Tim has had stout. Tim will get a glass of stout. Harvey is a true American hero. I was DMing with Big 50 after last night's little thing where Harvey fell through the floor and everybody jumped in to rescue him, and then they found the no, well, he wouldn't now because he's had a transplant, but he used to. Harvey fell through the floor of the platform in the beach and went in the water now, and everybody worried about Harvey. Sorry, Thundercat is a hero. Are you saying Thundercat's a hero? Harvey is not happy with the Thundercat name. He's not happy. He screams every time he hears and call him Thundercat. And then they took the spray that Iris did and took the name Harvey off and added Thundercat. Oh, it was so funny. Oh, it's like me laughing behind the mic and Harvey screaming because he's so frustrated, but I'm killing myself laughing. It was so funny. Yes, Harvey never has done that. Harvey is a very well trained rabbit. He literally will go off to poop. One time he was stuck in the clubhouse and he was really desperate to get out because he had to poop. And a couple of the guys let him out the back, and he went and had to hide and poop because he wouldn't poop in front of them. Harvey's a really well trained rabbit, but oh my god, when he is mad, he pooped on Kane's shoe. I actually wrote Pebble instead of Pellet, but the point got across. Harvey pooped on his shoe because he was so mad. But it was so funny. I couldn't really think of how, like, rabbits thump when they're unhappy, and I do have a thump sound for Harvey, but I don't like the thump sound, and it's not very like rabbit owners know that the thump means that rabbits are mad. People who aren't rabbit owners don't know, and they won't even recognize that that's what he's doing. So I do have a thump for Harvey for when he's mad, but it doesn't really come across as anger. It just comes across as him making a little rabbit gesture, and it doesn't really convey how pissed off he is when he does it, which is unfortunate. But I do still, I think I still have the thump sound. Yeah, I do still have the thump sound on my stream deck. I just 310. I actually gave back some of my own water. Round it up, so make some more water while we're just talking here, and then I'll get on Judy. I'm really thrown for a loop because Dunn's not around, so I just like Dunn coming and going gives structure to my day. Because it's all about like me, like Dunn's at work. Dunn works 6 days a week, and so my big thing is like DMing Dunn and saying when are you going to be on, and he'd say 2 more hours or whatever, and that tells me okay, I play Florence for 2 more hours, or I go and Judy and I do something else for 2 hours till he gets in, and he's not coming in today, so I'm like I have no structure to my day. He's not going to be around till maybe Tuesday. So it just having to. It means I can do more Florence, and I'm really looking forward to seeing if I can get Florence this Weasel thing. Because for those of you who weren't here when it happened earlier, Florence went down into the city, which she rarely does, and she sent an email to. She got a newspaper. She sent an email to a person she saw in the newspaper that seemed to be doing the most articles, but she also CC'd that to Weasel at ifinder.com, saying that she was offering her services as an agony aunt, as an advice columnist. And she suggested Dear Aunt Flo as the as her name. And I don't know if the column is going to come out monthly, but it would be really funny if it did. And I'm hoping that they let her be an advice columnist because she's 83 and she's got a lot of worldly experience, and she wrote this all in the email, and that she thought she could help people. So I'm wondering whether we can get a little Aunt Flo column. It would be very, very easy to do a 1 letter once a week advice column. I could do a bunch of them up and have them, print whenever they want, but it would be better if it was actual people writing it, like actual people emailing her and asking real like questions in the server, in character stuff. That would be so nice, because I'd rather not make it up. Although Witches It had a really great idea yesterday in the chat, which was that she write up responses to some of the weird things that the NPCs say. So that's what I did for the first letter. Is I've written that up as just a response to a weird thing an NPC says around Doherty's, because that's where I know the NPC dialogue the most is from the ones that walk around Doherty's. So I could definitely just have her go around and listen to some NPCs and write that up. But I would rather have actual players writing up things for their characters, asking her questions. Ideally. I would love that. I would really love it if people started actually emailing Aunt Flo. And I did make the email address auntflo@ifinder.com so that they could do that. I like this idea. I tried to get her to be the unofficial librarian, but they closed the library. And I didn't really get any RP out of that. One person came to the library while she was there. She did a bunch of weekly themed library activities or programs, and only one person ever showed up to any of them. And I even expected her to be hostage bait. Like literally, there's an old lady whose picture is on these posters at the library at a specific time. And I thought she could be hostage bait. It's down by old Davis PD. It's the Davis Public Library. It was a really nice library. It was criminally underused. Leaf did a reading there one time. Yeah. And Florence used to go in there every Sunday. But I guess it was a quiet time. But still, I mean, people do crime at different times. So she was literally hostage bait. Like she was just there, little old lady sitting in the library all by her lonesome, with a poster up saying she was going to do it, but she never got anybody. She got one person came to the library, and I don't think they came because of the poster. I think she actually just wandered in. So nobody really ever came to any of her programs, but the library was basically this little building here was the library. Davis and McDonald. And it's a nice little library. And this is this big square. Hi, Hopeless. How you doing? It was a cute little library. It had 3 rooms. It had like a main room with books and then the checkout desk and windows. Like it was a walk-in MLO. And it had a room on the right-hand side as you went in the door. That was just another with desks and stalls and chairs. And then at the back there was like a little office area, but there was also like a little series of couches and a nice big window onto Davis. And people did readings in there. A couple of people. It was really nice. But I wrote in, like I sent, and she sent an email. Oh, good. I'm glad. She sent an email to the city asking if she could be hired as the librarian, and they basically said no. It was a nice little email. I think it was from Nixie. I don't remember who sent her the email. Might have been Britt. I'm not sure. Anyway, they sent her a nice little email that basically said, there was already a librarian and she had tenure and they couldn't get rid of her, blah, blah, blah. But it was an NPC librarian, and it was not basically just shut down the whole idea that there could be a librarian job. And then she got an email from Juniper when Juniper was mayor saying that she wanted to talk to her about becoming the librarian and making that job. And then I never got a chance to do that. It never worked out that Florence and Juniper were in the same world. It would have been nice. It would have been fun to do it, but I've changed her focus now. I think it would be nice if she could get on to Weasel, and if Weasel doesn't want her, then I would rather see it in print. I'd rather see it in the physical newspaper. But if that's not going to happen with Weasel, then maybe I could just do it electronically at the Meteor. But I haven't really seen a lot of Meteor stuff. I think they've been focusing on video too. I do like the newspapers in the game. I'd love to see both have physical copies in the game. I know there's quite a few people who don't realize that there is a physical newspaper in the game. And I just think they need more people to write stories so that. Because there's so much going on. There's a lot of things going on. And it just needs people writing. The other thing is, people need to send media releases when there's events. They should send a media release. This is what happens in real life. You have media attention for it. You write. Judy wrote a media release to Weasel about her St. Patrick's Day and the fundraiser. She basically wrote a little report and provided pictures, and to promote the sale of the rabbit plushies, and it got ignored. Yeah, I haven't seen Pete in a while, but people do need breaks sometimes. Pete did come in not last weekend, the weekend before, I think, and bought his Pete special at Doherty's. He's got a secret off menu special that's just for Pete. Judy did that for him. I keep hearing them breaking repair kits. I keep hearing this weird thunk noise. Well, there's somebody there's somebody that Florence wrote to. Yeah, where's my newspaper? Where did I put my newspaper? $400. Hooray. That's good. I can't do more of anything that needs milk because we have only 3 milk. Can't do any more pancakes because it needs milk. I got everything else up to 100, so I'm pretty good. Pretty happy. I've left the waffles low. But I also don't really want to. And Florence did pay for some water, so she really needs some water. Make her 5. But there's like an M somebody who has only been like, they don't write articles, I don't think. They just publish news releases from the police. They haven't been very much in the way of articles. at all. I think they've, just what they work on seems to be the video stuff. And that I haven't seen in a while either. All right, I think we're good. Florence just has some food in her locker. Look at what she got. Let's maybe take most of those home. Oh, she has a Burberry joint as well. She got a big tip today. I'm gonna just put her flip back on. Yep. They're not open. They're just all hanging around. Oh, we need to go check and see if our potatoes are done. I'm not going to go and milk cows. I've sent a message for Daisy Ray about more supplies, more ingredients, so I don't remember when I planted those. Let's go see if they're ready. If they're not, we'll just wait till tomorrow. I want to get on Judy. Yeah, they're ready. This is going to be the last couple that I grew. I'm definitely going to have to get some water though, because they won't all be ready. Does Florence know about Jeff? I know. Florence doesn't know about Jeff. Here, I just want to look up the name of the guy. It's in the newspaper. Or person. M. Carter. I don't know who that is. This is the last article. For the 30th of June, M. Carter. So they do write articles. This is Sophia just did a media release. It's been this Carter person. Vivian Vance, I think it was. A Cannon at the beginning of June. It's like this M. Carter has been doing the most recent actual article and posting, so. That's all she knows. She doesn't know it's Madison. She doesn't know the name. She just knows it's M. Carter. And so she wrote to M. Carter. And she also wrote to Weasel at ifinder.com. And I don't know if M. Carter checks. I think that they mainly do check their emails because they can easily do that at the computers at Weasel. So we will see. Yeah, Florence doesn't know. I mean, Damien came in and made an order for Rebel Angel and didn't tell Florence anything. she was talking to an older woman, and he came in and called her grandma. And the older woman was played by which is it was prepared to get really stroppy, but we did have to reassure her that yes, Damien is her grandson by adoption, and all of the AOD are her grandchildren. But she doesn't know. Like, he didn't tell her about Jeff. There's this whole thing about Florence. Like, they protect her, so they won't give her joints. They she asked for joints a few times, and she's quit asking them for joints because she just gets the impression that they just want to protect her and they don't want to give her joints. And except for Mikhail. Mikhail actually gave her lean once, but it didn't do anything. It is a bit funny how protective they are. They're very protective of their people, right? So they don't, Florence doesn't see them enough, and that's my fault. That's nobody else's fault but mine, because I haven't been playing her very much, other than to just work at the diner and do diner stuff. And that's why I'm trying to get her away from that a little bit. I'm trying to get her some RP that's not diner related. I'm trying to give her more to do. And which is it? And I've got, the old ladies have met now. So, and which is it's old lady is 73. Florence is 83. They're very chalk and cheese when it comes to, like, Florence is not rough old lady, but compared to which is its old lady, she's quite unsophisticated. So that's kind of interesting. Yes, that's what he did tell Florence, that she has great grandchildren. He did say that. Like, he gave her good news. He didn't give her bad news. He told Florence that that she has great grandchildren. Well, Micah's always been Uncle Micah to Harvey. It's Uncle Micah and Aunt Brooke. But, to actual humans, you have. But Damien did mention that did mention to Florence that she has the great grandkids. But like I said, she will get good news from them, but they won't tell her bad news. So she's just going to end up seeing when they do a poster. I guess if they do a poster of I messed up and I didn't bring the water. Okay. Thought I brought 4 water, but I ended up not bringing 4 water. There we go. But Harvey has always kind of understood the dynamic. He understood the Iris Rook thing. He understood that they were twins for quite a long time. He's understood that they're twins. He gets the read off of that. And I remember when they did the Oktoberfest thing in '95, he was like looking at the two of them because they look identical. They were done up to be identical at the Oktoberfest, and she was looking from one to the other, going, And then Iris head popped, and Harvey was like, and it Kane's, bring her back. You bring her back right now. Because he always blames every head bump on her. Because they look they are identical twins. They're supposed to be identical twins, and they look very similar. So. But that whole thing was really funny because the Blackmires were there because Harvey was a Blackmire bunny at that point, and the Blackmires were all there dancing, like doing line dancing, and it was pretty funny. The Blackmires were big fun line dancing. They danced a lot, which is very nice. I don't think I'm going to be able to harvest all of these going back to the car. I planted a lot of potatoes. The yields on these should be better, honestly. You pay... Well, actually, it's $4, so they're one of the cheaper seeds. But you can quite commonly get 5 potatoes, so it has one of the best yields of the vegetables. Honestly, carrot, mushroom, and sugar, $6. Very expensive seeds. I don't know if they change. Do they change prices, or are they always cheaper? I think there's always $4, $5, and $6 seeds, so I think they're always more expensive. Pineapple can get planted really close together. You can plant mushrooms pretty close together. Do they change? Oh, okay. I have to... more seeds. Got more seeds. She had quite a lot of seeds, but then I parked Ricky's truck. It's very annoying. Any seed that has a $6 price tag should have a better yield, in my view. It's really infuriating to spend $6 on a seed and have it get 2 or 3 out of it. And honestly, things like coffee should have consistently more yield than... Coffee is a real ripoff. You should never just get 3 coffee beans on a coffee plant. She said, grump, grump, grump. I planted 50, I believe. And that one is stunty. Usually they just stop on big, but this one stopped on small, which is just the one above seedling, which is very bad. I always RP that Florence is having good hip days on the days that she does gardening. She hasn't had to do gardening in a while, but she did gardening today. We do have quite a few potatoes sliced, but she should have actually planted tomatoes. But 4 Daisy Ray is almost the only person doing work for Mundo right now. Although Moon phoned Judy. Judy phoned Marcus, got hold of Marcus, and basically was told, "No, I can't be arsed to help you. I'm busy," is what he said. "I'm busy right now." And she kind of put on the waterworks a little bit because she said, I've been trying so long to get somebody from the farm. And he said, "Okay, I'll call you back in 10 minutes. And she had zero expectation that he actually would. because she's talked to Xena before, and Xena was going to call back and never did. Florence has had that experience with Xena. Very busy, will call back, does not call back. And so she has very low expectations of Marcus calling her back. And Marcus didn't call her back, but in about 3 or 4 minutes, Moon called her back. I didn't even know Moon worked there for them, but I guess he does. And not only did Moon take her order, he had to call back with the price. I think the price was potentially too high, but I haven't worked it out because I don't know what the I don't know what their price list is. It's kind of opaque. I don't have their price list. But he delivered it, and within half an hour he had it done and ready. Now I did mitigate my requirements a little bit because I know that there's just things I don't want to sell large quantities of. But they had everything. He had everything in there inside half an hour. So that was good service. And I said that to him a couple of times, what good service that was, because it has not been the norm to have good service from Mundo for a while. The only person who's reliably there is Daisy Ray. And she can't do it all. She cannot do it all. There's too many. So now there's a competitor. There's a competitor now, Cozy Co-op. And they are working at proving themselves so that they can get the buffs. The same buffs as Mundo. Because right now I think there's a recognition that Mundo is and I do not, believe me, I don't blame them for burning out on doing that at all. It's tough. It's gotta be tough running that business. It is not an easy business, even with the buffs. And I know there are people who like the farming. The farming script is nice on here. But if you had to do this day in, day out, and kill cows and milk cows and kill pigs, and I don't know if the pig thing is at all similar to what you have to do to get pigs and chickens. I hope not. I hope they have an easier time of it. But I know they had to pick the same time that I have to pick, and they actually did get it so that it actually you actually do get more. They put more plants in. Because what they did was they had a whole bunch of time plants. They then decided to make most of them be 197. That's pretty good. Oh, and seven seeds. I'll take that. There, she has some food. She's got some food and water stored in here for rough days. Okay, I'm gonna just drop that off. I'd sneak on later and go pick up those other couple of plants, but I really want to get on Judy. They're all gone. Oop, no. It is in a very specific order to get the blip off. Yeah, good. I have recorded that. So that Wayne can pay Florence for those. Yeah, some of those, like Lenny has been doing, Lenny has been doing it since the farm company first started, right? He's been, oh wait, hang on.
Hey, what's up, man? Stop complaining.
So I am not the least surprised that people get tired of doing that. And there's a couple of, and Judy gave the lowdown on the farm to the two people that are now running the Cozy Co-op because they actually worked for 2375. There we go. Oh, she may as well actually. Judy saves up her right, wrong thing. Judy saves up her we have to. This is buggered up right now. I'm not in this corner before. There it is. It's here somewhere. They put this MLO back, I guess because they want to do heists again. But it's really hard to find the bank. Right, she's got plenty of money to get her ATV now. It's too bad Florence isn't a motorcycle person because I would get her a Camaro like Dottie has, but she's sadly not a motorcycle person. All right, back to your cozy little apartment. For anybody who hasn't seen Florence's apartment, did you want to see it? Have you all seen it? I showed it earlier. I'm really quite proud of it. I think I've done a wonderful old lady apartment here. And I am not an old lady. Like, I'm an old lady, but I don't. This is not my style. But, oh, she kept her game. So this is her apartment. This is her bedroom, or one of her bedrooms. It's the one closest to the door. She spent a fair amount of time lying here, feeling the earthquakes, which is the most action she's had on her bed in a long time. This is her living room. Lovely little old lady living room, and I love these little plates or whatever they are. I think they're just so cute. There's several of them. So there's like I can color theme them to her room. So there's this living room. This is these are the plastrons. They are the people who live in the frames when you buy them. I've got the only piece of furniture that's got a doily on it. It's made good use of that in here. If you go on this side, it has handles, but you can pretend that it's just a coffee table. And she has a television, but she has it on. I have to get her a computer now. Because she's going to have to. Like, I need to get her a little desk and a little chair and a little computer. I might put a chair here. But she could put a computer on here. Or I could put it on. This is her other bedroom. Oh, this is better. She can have a computer here. Let's get her a computer. Where's the monitor? That's huge. The monitor? Oh, very modern. Very modern. Oh my goodness, it's so big. No. What do we have? What is it called? PC? It's gonna be the dull one. Ooh. There, she's all ready for her new career as a news columnist. Perfect. Hey, she has her computer, she has her monitor, she has her little seat. This is her spare room. And then she also has, I'm very proud of this. I turned this, what was just like a walkway to a fake other door to her laundry room. Happy with that. Oh, yes. Well, Florence was very anti-cellular telephone. It was nice that I got to meet at least. Florence is very anti-cellular telephone. She got she was taught by Derek Riley how to use the email, the electronic mail. All right, we're gonna leave Florence here and we're gonna switch over to Judy. So Florence learned how to do the electronic mail, but she at least they got a chance to meet. Florence doesn't think to ask people's phone numbers either. She didn't want to get a cellular telephone. She's very suspicious of the cellular telephone. She was literally forced to get it because she couldn't get anybody at D8 to respond to her emails. And she eventually got Jason to sell her an apartment in Ultra Street, which she had quite happily until after the monsoon, and then D8 decided they weren't going to rent apartments to people anymore. So she was basically out of luck. They just basically said, "Fuck off and die, old lady." In nicer words than that, but basically they just said, "We don't care that you've got this." And she wrote a very plaintive bulletin, poster for the bulletin board saying, "I'm an old lady and I have no home." And she got an email from one of the Toledo Coven, but never was able to connect. And which was very nice. That was the only response she got. And then she eventually was at the Golden Pub, and the priest, what's his name? The corrupt priest called Elena and got her into the Last Hope. So she was at the Last Hope when New Year's came. And when the next time I played her in 1998, she didn't have anything. She didn't even have arms. She had nothing. She didn't have her time capsule, and I'm pretty sure I did a time capsule for her. But she didn't have a time capsule. She didn't have her truck. She had no clothes. She had no money. She had to go back down to the office and or back down to the hospital. Polly, I think, gave her food and money and a cane. And then I started her off again at nothing, and I didn't really know if I wanted to. I didn't really. I was really on the fence about permaing her. I really was. I thought, well, maybe I will. Maybe I'll just perma her. I don't know if I really like this shirt. Let me just try it. See. All right, she's going to go to the bank. She has to put Florence's book away. I have books for my characters. And sometimes I have the wrong one open and scribble something in, and then I wonder, where is that note? That note was for Florence, where is it? And it'll be in Judy's book. Or worse, in my Red Dead book. Oh no. Oh no. That's not good. Yeah. I have no idea. It transfers, so I have the and for the co-op. Yeah, you had to pick it as your house in the command, because otherwise, if you didn't go in the command and pick your house, you didn't get to keep it. It's not just a question of having, owning it. You had to actually tell them you wanted to keep it. As your one house, you could pick one vehicle and one home that you owned. But it was the instructions were slightly confusing. Yeah, you did? Okay, well then that's just a fuck up. I'm pretty sure that that Florence had a time capsule too, but she didn't have it. She didn't have one when she came back, and I just thought, oh, fine, I'll just. She didn't have that much anyway. But she lost her cane, which I thought was pretty sad. But I guess maybe I hadn't put it in the time capsule, or it didn't go in the time capsule, or was told it was illegal thing to have in the time capsule or whatever. So she lost her cane. But Polly got it back for her. So anyway, this is 346682. 346682. I'm gonna write cozy co-op order from Doherty's. So from cozy co-op we're getting I didn't even write it down, but it's some vegetables and some pineapple and lemon juice. And we talked through a little bit about the pricing because they didn't know what they wanted to do for pricing. Now, the question is, do I reimburse Judy for all the fireworks from yesterday? There's $2,000. We spent about $2,000 on food and drink for the party. And Judy spent $7,500 on fireworks. Now, the problem with the fireworks is that we still have them. They didn't burn up. Do I still have all the fireworks? I don't have all the. We gave away a lot of sparklers. They don't consume at all. Yeah, that's what I saw them all still in the orbita. So is that a reportable thing? Should we report that? Like, it should be consuming, right? It should be gone. Oh well, it was kind of her decision to do it, so I'll talk about it. Judy will talk about it with Ricky when he's back. It was her kind of spontaneous decision to do that, so so we've paid Cozy Co-op. I can write paid. Yeah. Next time I'm talking to them, I can tell them that it's paid. They didn't want to be paid till they delivered, but I've got to break them of that. They've got to get paid before delivery. So people will take advantage of them and won't pay after delivery. So she's trying to set them up for success. She told them about in character speak, but told them about the buffs that Mundo has. They are, they talk to Commerce, and they will get similar buffs if they prove themselves. Judy also wanted to talk to Sunny, because Commerce is really screwing the pooch on people who want to do businesses but don't want to use the market, because they required Rictus to provide so much unnecessary and tedious information. Yeah, they should consume. But it's unnecessary. I feel it is unnecessary for Commerce to demand that he get the IBAN and name of everybody he sells an ice cream to, just because he's not selling in the market. It's a lot of unnecessary information. It's just ridiculous. It's basically just throttling his trades. Yeah, he's quit. He's quit doing his ice cream job. He's quit doing cherry poppers because of the paperwork. He said to Judy that it is the least amount of fun. Like, he's never been on it. Basically, he said in not so many words that he's never on any server he's been on been asked to do that much paperwork for a small business. and he's just not going to do it here because it's literally not fun. Which I think is a horrible shame. And I think it's completely unnecessary that they have demanded this of him. Yeah, it's really stupid. Okay, I have a bunch more paper bags. I have a large USA sparkler. Probably gonna put that away. I'm confused about what these all are, so let's check and see. It also makes me sad that they are still selling the AP and the KP antennae actually maybe 25. They're still selling the KP antennae skateboards, but nobody knows who KP is anymore, and it makes me sad. I don't know what they were doing it for. I kind of want to just... I don't know whether to bother doing it in character or not. I kind of just want to ask them what they're thinking. Because if they're trying to, like, actively discourage people from doing non-market RP, business RP, that I think it's kind of shitty. But maybe I don't understand it. I know that very much about the worthiness of the RP, but it's pretty obvious he's doing this very seriously and trying to give and create RP around it. And if you have ever talked to him about ice cream, you will know how serious he is about ice cream. So I'm not really sure why they've set up so many barriers to doing that. Like I don't mind if it's, that there's some accountability for it, but honestly, nobody needs to know your name to sell you an ice cream. Well, exactly. And not just that, but I think what they meant is if he supplied ice cream to businesses, that he needed to do that, but that was not his understanding. That he basically had to write down the name of everybody he sold ice cream to. And I think if he had that understanding and it's not correct, then I think they need to understand that they basically killed his RP. I think maybe I'll just because I don't think they necessarily know that he's quit, because I don't know that he felt the need to tell them, because they. I very much feel that he should be able to. The other reason that he's had difficulty, though, is Mundo. He is one of a number of people who have indicated that they have not been able to get their supplies from Mundo. So it's and he wasn't even charging a lot for his like he was literally losing money every time he sold an ice cream. It is not about making money for him. It's all about the RP. And about Rictus, having cherry poppers is kind of a joke because, Rictus is like So I really hated to hear that, and I really wanted to ask about that because I know it's not my place to ask about it, but it's just kind of, I don't think that everybody wants to, for a lot of people, it's like, let's just go on to the next thing. Okay, that didn't work out. Let's go on to the next thing. It's tedious. It's my fault. I don't want to do the paperwork. It's kind of, probably blaming himself for not wanting to do the work when in fact, it's something else that's the problem. I bought ice cream from Rictus every time Judy saw him, pretty much. I mean, trying to, anyway. And it was because she asked him for more ice cream that he told her that he wasn't doing it anymore. Oh, I mean, it's right up Polly's alley, too. All those salacious ice cream. Oh, is that for Lucy's birthday party? Judy bought every flavor as well. I don't remember how many, but multiples, because she got them for Ricky too, because, you're married, you have to get some for your spouse. That was, I saw a little teeny weeny bit of the birthday party on Leet's stream. And it just, like, Lucy was so happy because she'd never had a birthday party before. And she's really good at family with fire, so that's, it's great. Timmy is the dad figure. It's funny that, like, Timmy's got the dad figure, but she calls him Timmy like he's a little boy. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, you have to hang on to stuff. Stuff doesn't just hang around on the floor. Timmy, little Tim, and Baldo now. Yes, I expect you've been called Mr. H too, but that's a misnomer. It's just people mistaking you for Mr. H, isn't it? Well, you do look like Mr. H. That is a thing. I know, and him wearing nothing but. Like Judy said at the beach party, this is the answer to the age-old question of what would Mr. H wear to the beach? The answer is a suit. If Mr. H ever wears a casual outfit, I think I'm gonna faint. Oh, are we done? Oh, we are done. Oh, okay. People were confused about Kane looking like Mr. H because he dressed up in a suit deliberately. But he has a beard. He has a full beard. So people should not have been confused by him, but they were confused by him too. I know. But the fact is people don't really look at faces. They look at hair or lack of it. And that he hasn't got much hair. Did you know that Judy and Kane once had a thing way back in the 80s? Judy and Kane. And it's funny because it took months. I think Big 50 said something like 6 months on the server before Judy and Kane actually ran into each other. And Harvey, I played literally the first day I played Harvey. He ran into Kane, and Kane took him up to Blackmire. And Harvey's legend began that day because he got. Is that where the more secret lore comes from? Not really. If you mean Judy's past, Kane was just like a friend with benefits that she had in the 80s back east, and we didn't really carry too much of that over, other than they just kind of knew each other. And, you know, he was part of her drunken, druggy past, because we did drink and do drugs on Ignite and crime. So he's part of her past, but he's part of what she gave up when she became more mature and moved to Los Santos. So they're friends. They did, you know, they left on, like, they parted on good terms and everything. They were never serious or anything. They just had this bit of history together. But her story with her, you know, her married men and her illegitimate baby that she gave up for adoption and so on, that had nothing to do with him. That all predated him by a long time. So at some point, I could ask for if someone was interested in playing Judy's son, and they would be reunited. But I do want to. I do have a couple of little caveats for it. I don't think you did. I don't think Polly and Judy ever did me. I didn't play Judy that much on Ignite, to be honest. And Kane moved up north, and she lost track of him, and she would write him these, you know, letters, and he wouldn't respond. He never responded to any of her letters, so. I know. It's a very good pool. It's not. I'm not gonna run all the way over to frickin' Mirror Park to fill these things, honestly. Oh, Kane, literally, Kane works for Judy. Kane works for Doherty's. He's an assistant manager. He's their next door neighbor. They're it's that Kane and Iris. It's Kane and Iris Kane. But it's that Kane. That's the Kane. Oh well, this is part of the thing. That is why Big 50 and I even well, it's not why Big 50 made Kane, but it is why I made Judy. Was because he asked me to. He said, "Want to do Crim? Let's do Crims." Because we had played together as Brenda and Hoot so much. And then he just decided to push me outside of my comfort zone and make me make it Grim. So that's why Judy even... They were terrible crims. They were awful. Our main, like the literal stated goal of Kane and Judy was to get arrested so they'd have a nice warm place to sleep. All they wanted was to get arrested, and he kept complaining to me. He was in DMs that Kane did this, Kane did that. The cops were here and never got arrested. It was such a pain to get arrested. Who do you gotta rob to get arrested in this town? They finally did get arrested. They mainly went away for drugs because there was a place in Ignite where you could go and harvest marijuana and then you could sell it to the locals, and they were found with a, trafficking amount of marijuana on them. That's how they ended up going to prison, not because of all the times they tried to rob stores. They got arrested robbing a store 24/7. This is they became the ham people. As Gingy was playing the cop, and they just Kane was just weirding out, like he was really, really stoned, and he was going on and on about the ham people, like the ham. There's too much ham in the 24/7. He kept fixating on the ham, and then he accidentally called. This is like maybe the second time we played Judy and Kane. He called Judy Brenda accidentally, and so she had a fit and said, "Are you hanging around with that loser from back home?" Because I just I didn't know what to do about that. But anyway, we had this random guy with us too that we had managed to pick up somewhere, and he and Kane kept blaming him for everything when the guy hadn't really. I mean, he was there to do a robbery with us. He wasn't innocent or anything. Still, we hadn't actually robbed anything, and we didn't actually have any loot. Because of that, I think Kane got his illegal weapon taken away from, or it might have been his legal weapon. I have no idea. They had to get taken to the hospital. Judy tried to flee. I did I did the most half-assed job of running away I could possibly do. The only other time was the time we actually did get arrested. I did the most half-assed foot chase, talking to the cop the whole time, not shit talking either, just like, "You're real good at running," like she was really nice to the cop. Like the cops always knew that we weren't gonna shoot them or do anything shitty. We definitely made that very, very clear that they were comedic characters and they weren't gonna do anything shitty. But the first time we they got taken to the hospital and we got injured or something. I don't remember how. And then he basically just let them go because they'd been in custody for a while at that point. So he just basically let them go because they didn't actually end up robbing the store. And I guess we were entertaining enough that he was nice. But there was another time with Foswo as Danny that they did get arrested for the marijuana possession, and they did get sent to Bolingbroke. And then, oh god, I almost died in Bolingbroke. All of the NPCs decided to take it a massive dislike to Judy, so they were all coming at her. All of the big black guys, NPCs, you know, the big scary one. There were so many of them in there. And they all kept coming at Judy. And fortunately, Kane, like Big 50, was not completely useless at the mini game where you made the broken bottle. So he made a broken bottle and was defending her. But then he accidentally stabbed her because melee fighting is crap. And so she almost died. We had a little buff from drugs earlier, so that's the only reason she didn't die. And we made it out. But they had went on and on, like when they were actually going to be sent up, they were going, "Oh, Judy, they're finally going to send us to prison. We're going to have a roof over our head tonight. Oh, it's going to be nice and warm. I imagine there's even walls, you know." It's like they were so stupid. They were very stupid. But it was fun. But we had a really hard time after that because Hoop got involved with Diana and he had that relationship going on. This was kind of like born at a time when Hoot was between relationships, and then all of a sudden, and Hoot was his main, so he wasn't really playing Kane when Hoot and Diana got together, and then Hoot and Diana came over to Freestyle, and so he didn't play Kane, and then he was playing Kane, and Kane joined Blackmire. He's one of the founders of Blackmire, and so we were spending more time on Kane, but it really took a long time for Judy and Kane to run into each other. And by the time Judy and Kane ran into each other, of course, Judy was already with Ricky, so they, you know, it wasn't like they were going to have a relationship. But they didn't meet until after Iris and Kane were a thing. All your others, yeah, this is the problem. When you create somebody like that, like a character that becomes your main, like Brenda was my main for a while, when I was Dr. Command and then Director of Medicine, everybody else kind of gets a little short shrift because you're having to put so much time into that character. And that's one of the reasons why when Brenda stopped being the director, I basically asked to be demoted way down, like off command demotion. Not just like demoted to senior, but to just attending because I didn't want to do command anymore. I wanted to get time off of doing command. Because command has got a lot of stuff all the time. And since I've been off the factions Discord, my life is simpler. I don't get all these MD pings anymore. It's nice. So yeah, I'm not really ready, and you know, I did join Free 2RP, but I noticed that when he recommended me, Dynamite went on and on about my medical RP. And I'm like, oh god, do I have to? Not ready. I'm not ready to do medical RP again yet. Hi Patty, how you doing? Yeah, and that's nice that you don't get all the pings. Doctors get tons of pings. And I'm not missing it at all. Oh, it's nice to see Connor. I hadn't seen Connor in a hot minute. Holy cow. Yeah, I 100%, which 100%. It is very tiring, and command is tiring, and all the extra brain power you have to put into it it wears you down. It does. And it's demanding, like, to be in charge of a department like that, like psych, and feel like everybody's depending on you to make sure that those needs are met, their RP needs are met. It is soul sapping, yeah. And I did think about it on Brenda, and I wouldn't mind doing it maybe on another character. I just would have to have very limited hours for doing it. Like, I wouldn't want to be on call psych, like, oh my god, you've got to come running in right now because there's somebody who suddenly needs psych, which is another problem that they have an attitude about psych RP, right? I mean, most real psych RP shouldn't have to be on an emergency basis. It's a medical appointment that you make because you have an ongoing issue, not a crisis or a, because that stuff is always a bit crap, right? Yeah, exactly. Crazy Joseph kind of really messed up, but sometimes you have to give people chances. I wonder about who I would do if I was going to do a psych character. I'd have to think about it. Yeah, Polly is. I think the nice thing about playing an alt is it does give you a bit of energy, more energy to do. But if you just play Polly and you just do that medical and psych RP all the time, it's very wearing. It's not easy. Plus, you're doing relationship RP too, which is nice and everything, but it also is a brain thing that you get. Oh, I'm glad, Patty. There was a lot of fun stuff going on yesterday. Which, interestingly, the day did not start out that way because there was nothing on the bulletin board. There was no posters I had seen about any 4th of July stuff. So it was really nice that that we got 4th of July stuff. I thought it was hilarious that a Canadian, in this climate, was the one that ended up doing a 4th of July party. Wheelchair roof and a hospital visit. Is Patty in a wheelchair? Or, sorry, Connor? You have is Connor your only character, or do you have a bunch of characters? That's the wrong button. Okay. Alright, I planted 50 pineapples. Here's my craft stuffed mushrooms from last night. Oh, okay. No. You know what I really enjoy is when somebody like Patty, somebody like Sam, did I park you? Thank you. Comes into my chat, asks questions about the server, and then joins the server and becomes part of it. I love that. Because that is literally that's the advantage of having streamers or a server. Is that you can learn about servers through them. Alright, we're gonna go spend the last few minutes of our day here. I have to fishing in the pool. Oop. Oop, a little too floaty. Why are you like this? Right, you go ahead and float. That's fine. Oop. All right. This is Judy's reward for a lot of hard work the last couple days. Hi, Julia. Yeah, it is. There you go. There you go, Patty. Yeah, that's exactly right. And I'm absolutely 100% with that. I know a number of people who've done PsychRP as psych on servers, and people use it as therapy, unfortunately. And we had that on No Pixel Public, where we actually had a. Oh my God, Patty, you have to do that. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, thank you. Yeah, we're just talking about something pretty serious. Thank you so much, Patty. It is a problem with PsychRP. Not with MedRP, but with the PsychRP. That people, particularly Americans who unfortunately have not got access to mental health services the way, because of cost, the way other people in other countries might have access to it. And other people have problem with access is because of this insufficiency of resources. But in the States, people have that and cost as considerations, and not getting the help they need because there's not enough free or accessible mental health services. And that is a real problem for people who are playing psych or NRP, is they end up being proxy psych. And just one of the things that people need is just someone to listen to them and to validate them and to feel like they're not wrong to have the feelings that they have, which of course you can do as a friend without being a professional. But then people want professional level services from a roleplay server. You can't be one. We had a disclaimer form or when people requested Psych RP on No Pixel Public, and we made them sign it, say that they understood that this is not real and they're not getting real psych services, and they shouldn't, and that if we figure out that they are, we can terminate doing that RP, because it's very, very common for people to need help and to not feel like there's any resources for them. And it's very bad. It's a very bad situation, and I hate, I did very limited amount of RP, like RP on No Pixel Public. Did do a little bit, and mostly I set myself up to do the things that would make me most comfortable, which was relationship counseling, because I felt that was sort of genuinely in the wheelhouse of things you could cover in RP, that I could cover in RP. Let's put it this way. It didn't deal with the heavy duty, med requiring medical, psych conditions. It didn't, although Dan and I did end up having to do a fitness for trial evaluation. Extremely interesting RP. But it was like on demand by the police and judge to do this, do it now. They've been waiting. And we weren't even psychiatrists. We were just therapists, mental health therapists. We both refused to do the psychiatric stuff because we didn't feel comfortable. But the people who were doing the psych RP were not around or not available or not responding. One of them was on an LOA. One of them just, I don't think, wanted to do it. And so we finally agreed to do it. I did a bunch of research really fast on fitness for trial and what it was and what it wasn't, and what the history was and what we were trying to do. And it was some fascinating RP. We did a really, I wrote this report. I was very proud of it. You know what thanks we got? Absolutely sweet fuck all. No acknowledgement that we had gone through all that effort at all. And that was one of the nails in the coffin of us stopping playing on No Pixel Public. Aww. Is it bad that I just gave you a sub so I can keep nattering on at you about Psych RP? But it just goes to show that they use Psych RP as kind of a tool. Oh, it didn't show up, but thank you, Patty. And sure, I'll see it on. I don't think I've got it set up properly to to do the messages. I'm gonna have to check out with Stream Elements after to fix them out. Thank you so much. Because honestly, I don't think I set it up because I never expected anybody to tip me. Yes, which just get to use the that was used over 1,000 times in the last 30 days, by the way, that email. So I find Psych RP to be probably, Psych and Law are some of the most challenging, kind of overlooked and underappreciated RP that you can do. I find Law RP players work very hard I know medical RP players do too, and as doctors, we were researching a lot and we were trying to, give people a good experience with their medical, but you could always kind of abbreviate it, but with law, it's like you can't cheat. You have to do it right. And obviously you don't have to do as much work as a real lawyer would, but it's you have to dot your I's and cross your T's. And with psych RP, it's just I think emotionally pretty draining. It also has that danger of, maybe people taking advantage of it for the wrong reasons. I was kind of hoping Puddles would show up this last little bit, to be honest. One of the reasons I came out here, because I thought maybe Puddles would come, but I don't know if he's playing. So, having tried PsychRP, I think I don't know how much, like, what would you say which is the biggest need right now for PsychRP? Is it like straight psych, like person self, like psychoanalysis type psych, medical type psych where they need medication, or other kinds of stuff? Oh, there he is. There's Big 50. There he is. We were talking about you earlier. We talked about Judy and Kane origin story from Ignite. Probably PTSD. Interesting. If people are choosing to have. Yes, I did mention the time that Kane tried to murder Judy in the prison by stabbing her with a broken bottle. I did mention that. Yes. PTSD means people have chosen to give their characters consequences for things that happen in the game that are generally considered to be that are generally slept off by a lot of people. I'm assuming it's not. Sometimes I guess would be past trauma, and sometimes it would be things that happened to them in the game, right? Yeah, well, because people completely misunderstand schizophrenia. A lot of people think schizophrenia is dissociative identity disorder, which it isn't. And of course, dissociative identity disorder is an extremely rare condition that is suddenly every other person seems to have in RP. Oh, the attempted murders, yes. These are just accidental melee and shooting things that happened on Ignite 1.0, because that's where Kane and Judy started, and Judy was trying to do. Kane had already been shot down by a local whose car we were trying to steal, and he was calling to Judy to shoot. Judy had hardly ever shot before, and she was not trying to execute him. She did accidentally, the word accidentally that you used, that was it. It was an accident. But she did accidentally shoot Kane in the foot when he was already on the ground because she was trying to shoot the. The idea is really overdone in RP. It's unfortunate. It can be done interestingly and well, but honestly, usually people are not subtle with it at all. Like, it's the idea that one of your personalities is a mass murderer and the other one's a pussycat. It's just so not good. And I don't know why people really want to do that. Other than it's just because even the stories that are most known about. I heard about the person being pursued by the cardboard box. Kane and Hoot are the same person? No, they're not. Well, yes and no. I actually do accept that Kane and Hoot have a lot of the same qualities because um, Kane and Hoot do have that sort of that joint quality of flying. All right. Yes, we were talking about this too. It had Sasquatches on it, didn't it? The cow print vehicle, the cow print livery. Didn't it have like Sasquatch print too? Like there was Sasquatches on it. Am I dreaming that? Like some of those blotches were Sasquatches? Is that not? It did. Yeah, I thought it did. Like some of them were at like the overall effect was Holstein cow, but some of the blobs were Sasquatches. So Hoot and Kane both have the Cowcar was cool. We liked Cowcar. But Hoot and Kane both have this big 50-ish tendency to want to stir up shit by accusing people of things that they clearly haven't done and had no intention of doing. People and no, you're not a bedroom. Well, I mean, some people think you're a bedroom. I do not think that. Yes, well, that's a very Kane thing to do. Yes, but where else is she going to be naked? If you gotta buy clothes, you gotta take off clothes. You know, you can't just put clothes on over clothes. You can't see in those, silly. Every time I have to make Judy change clothes, and I know that I'm going to have naked top or bottom, and I'm streaming, it freaks me out because I figure somebody's going to do something weird, and I'm gonna see it later. Well, it's not just even that the zone doesn't reach the changing rooms. It's that you like physically see a door in front of you and you can't see your clothes. You can't see your body, so you can't see your clothes. I was really hoping Puddles would come out. I am very disappointed. I really wanted Puddles to come out. I'm upset. Oh, that reminds me. So you're maintaining Hoot's house? Well, witches and my old lady has met today for the first time. And ideally we'll be able to do old lady gang stuff. I think if I do a psych character, which is not guaranteed, but if I do, I will do an older woman psych character. Like I don't want to do any young women that might get hit on or anything like that. I want to do an older woman psych character. Maybe my own age. I've never done a character my own age. Might be an idea. Old lady gang, yeah. So I would be a 65-year-old woman. Have you played Hot Dog in recent memory? Who's burdens? Who's Hot Dog? It's Big 50's dog. Big 50 has a dog. I know, this is the problem. Harvey went from Tire Nuts to Roach's car wash, and immediately a couple of the ballers tried to drive him back to Tire Nuts. And then they drove him, because I don't know whether he reached Kane or Iris, but they were too busy to deal with Harvey. Oh my goodness, I'm so bored with that rabbit. I can't be arsed. So they told him to either drive him to Tire Nuts or to the AOD headquarters. And then, yeah. And then, well, the ballers didn't. That probably is what they were told, but then they insisted on being told where to take him. You're not a vet anymore? Yeah, I don't, Nano, I'm not going to be ERPing with that person. For reasons. I don't want to go on and do it. No, I won't be ERPing with that person. Alright, I think I'll get her in clothes so she's not outside in her knickers. I'm not really happy with that. I think I don't really like that. What did I call it? Blue shorts. I like these ones better. I literally have this top in real life. I have this top in real life. Oh, she's got this hat on. I mean, it's... I hate when they, I'm trying to... Oh, sorry, it's hat. What did I do? Mask. I hate when the lights flicker like that. It's very annoying. They don't always. It's just kind of weird. This light doesn't even have a light. It's just kind of weird as well. Wait a minute. What dog went to sleep? Oh, you mean, Kane and Iris's dog. Yeah, I don't know why the lights in the living room have decided... They've always done this. And I don't know why. I have... This is the rabbit's room, okay? This is the rabbit room. And the rabbit has her own fridge. And she, as far as I know, never uses it. I'm going to take some strawberries. Judy actually ended up eating her strawberries because I was starving the other day. These are all inedible foods. Cannot eat any of these foods. And you can't use these bandages. They're just for, what do they call them? Flavor items? I think I might need some kind of exorcism. Oop. I promise I can spell. Okay, I'm going to go to the washroom. I'm going to get something to drink, and I will be right back. Be right back.
In the heart of Los Santos, where the neon lights still glow, Judy's red hair like sunset, Ricky's laugh the night's best show. West Virginia gave a fire, he came from Bulgaria's shores. Together they made magic behind those polished wooden doors. At Doherty's we all belong, with a pint and Irish song. Married redheads run the show, in this cozy pub we know. Jukebox plays old classics as laughter fills the air. No one cares about their roots, it's the love that they both share. People come from far and wide to feel the warmth inside. Not a drop of Irish blood, but their hearts beat with the flood. At Doherty's we all belong, with a pint and Irish song. Married redheads run the show, in this cozy pub we know. With a pint and Irish song, married redheads run the show, in this cozy pub we know. Jukebox plays old classics as laughter fills the air. No one cares about their roots, it's the love that they both share. People come from far and wide to feel the warmth inside. Not a drop of Irish blood, but their hearts beat with the flood. At Doherty's we all belong, with a pint and Irish song. Married redheads run the show, in this cozy pub we know. Redhead blazing like a spark, running the Doherty's in Mission Row, where the friends and laughter flow. They got a rabbit named Puddles too, hopping around with a joyful view. In the pub, the nights are long, singing old Irish songs. Love in the air at Mirror Park, shining brighter when it's dark. Doherty's pub and a rabbit named Puddles, life's a dance in an Irish cuddle. Weekends busy at the place, familiar smiles on every face. Pouring pints and sharing tales, in the pub love never fails. Near a park stop their beating heart, from dawn till dusk they'll never part. Ricky's laugh and Judy's cheer echo louder year by year. Friends gather at Doherty's glow, Irish tunes that ebb and flow. Puddles hopping near the bar, life's a ride and they've come far. his step, Los Santos starts to sing. Hopping through the city streets, making worries small. Kane and Iris and Elena love him most of all. In the park he spreads delight, where laughs and cheers abound. People see that cowboy hat, no joy is coming around. Helpful Harvey lending ears and lifting spirits high. With a twitch, a nod, a wink, he sends your troubles by. Hey Harvey, hop, don't you stop. Cowboy hats on top, make 'em pop. Hop around and spread the cheer. Every heart you lift in here. Sunny days or rainy nights, he keeps the spirits light. Los Santos knows its lucky charm, with kindness taking flight. From the old to young alike, his magic feels so real. Kane and Iris, Sam and Elena know the happy deal. Harvey's heart as big as night, all the stars in view. With a hat that's smart and a hop that's right, he paints the city blue. Every corner, every street, his smile guides the way, bringing sunshine with his feet, even on the cloudy day. Hey Harvey, hop, don't you stop. Cowboy hats on top, make 'em pop. Hop around and spread the cheer.
I was just thinking about Mirror Park Tavern because I drove by. Wait. Interesting. Okay, well. I was thinking Mirror Park Tavern would be fun. But I think the chances of Mirror Park Tavern are relatively low.
With a cowboy hat, he's everywhere. Kane and Iris by his side, oh my. Sam and Elena never say goodbye. Polka bunny in the city streets, cheering folks with his little feet. Friend not food, they always say. Keep that smile, don't hop away. Hop, hop, Harvey spread the cheer. In the big city, far and near. Tiny hat and oh his charm, keeping everyone from harm. Through the night and through the day, Harvey's magic leads the way. Friendly bunny helping out. No more worries, no more doubt. Kane and Iris, Sam and Elle, watching Harvey casting spells. In Los Santos, life's a blast, with a rabbit running fast. Hop, hop, Harvey spread the cheer. In the big city, far and near. Tiny hat and oh his charm, keeping everyone from harm.
We have it was storming. And now it's not. Okay, interesting. It was a storm. Look at this weather. There's puddles. Where's my rabbit? I need my rabbit. Bye-bye, Nino. I honestly, I think the weather gods need to be questioned. Because I just heard a storm. during the startup screens, and there's clearly been a storm. My house is going to be soaked. My house always soaks during bad weather. Squish, 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 squish. Oh my god, look at the rain on my squish, squish. Where's my rabbit? My rabbit needs to be here to enjoy the puddles, inside puddles. You just have a leak in the roof, but it's not. The lights aren't on. That light's on. The other lights are not possessed anymore. Always try to figure out when there's a weather event like that, whether it's cold outside. One of my favorite things to dress her in these days is actually my cleaning outfit, because I just have to take off the mask. Oh. I could, put a slash in front of it. I wish they would do away with having to put the slash, because they did that on No Pixel, and I got really used to not having to put a slash. And in years, over a year later, I'm still resentful that there's a slash on other servers. Oh. Alright, here's the bad weather. What is going on? Yeah, I know the effects. The weather gods are confused, I would say, and I don't have a roof on this. I don't have a roof on this vehicle. Let's rethink this plan. Let's rethink this plan. There's no roof on this vehicle. This is my warm weather vehicle. Okay, garage. Take the Brioso. I got it repainted. You know what I really sincerely wish is that when you planted things while it was raining, that you wouldn't need to water them. I really sincerely wish that. We're gonna do a little bit of go postal till this weather clears up. Oh, and whenever I think of go postal, I think of the rat because I think of materials. So. Okay, let's just shut the vehicle off. Let's see what's going on with the rat. I think I have to send my rat. My rat should be okay now. You can do the little soul loop now. I don't really want a master key. I don't know what the hell to do with a master key. I like this one because you get no, not this one. This one because you get cleaning kits. But let's send them on the little soul loop because we can. Guy just stands out here smoking all day. And then he talks about how busy he is because he's shouting.
Hey, I got a package to deliver.
Well, deliver it. I'm not stopping you. It's not like Judy does anything different when Ricky's not around, but she doesn't have Ricky to talk to, so I think she's going a little crazy. She usually does 100 packages and then calls it a quits. Although most she's done is 120, but that's because Ricky was behind for some reason and he was trying to get to 100 and she did 20 extra ones waiting for him to get to 100. People take this quite seriously and they wear the goalpost outfit and everything. Judy just wears her shorties. But because she likes it. What's up with the weather gods? Seem very confused about whether they want it to be raining or not. We settled down to having just a nice normal rainstorm, not a event.
How you doing?
I'm fine. How are you doing? Is this where you get your soup money? Is he RPing that he's actually carrying packages around?
God, you're fast. Sorry about that.
I didn't run around like he ran around a lot with that package. No, I can't really see Florence doing it either. Florence can do metal she did metal detecting, which is off the table right now. She can do gold panning.
I love logistics. My favorite activity.
It's a love of logistics. It's gonna keep you going when times get rough. She can only do it on good hip days though. And then she got her job at the diner, which is really, that was Florence was having a no good very bad few days, and she ended up you know, in a position where I really didn't know whether I was going to continue to play her or not, because I didn't know if I really wanted to drag her all the way up from 0. We couldn't do hot dogs because there were no locals. We couldn't, then she went to the, I said, if she has a good day today, I'll let her live, basically. And she went and got, she was able to do the hot dog job, and there were lots of locals, so she made lots of money doing hot dogs, to the point where she had enough money to buy her, buy a truck, and she decided to buy the Bobcat for $3,000 rather than the Rebel that she used to have, that she hated because she kept getting stuck at riverbanks and not being able to get up the bank and having to be towed because her crappy old Rebel was just so subpar. And she then, because she had enough money for the truck, so she had her mobility back. She had her a way to get around back. She actually, what happened was she took a pizza delivery van up to Polito. She didn't have any other way to get up to Polito. She applied. She went in to talk to Tiffany at the diner and got the job. And because Tiffany knew that she had experience working at the hen house in 95, she got promoted right away. So she was making decent money, and then she had enough money to get her truck. And she just slept in the office at Bleeder Diner for quite a long time.
Bummer.
Ito it. And then she eventually had enough money for her own place, but it cost $25,000 or something, $29,000. I don't remember her apartment. But she got told in character by Daisy Ray about that apartment building, and otherwise she wouldn't have known. And she got shown Daisy Ray's cousin's apartment in that apartment building, and she was quite pleased. And she got to pick her layout, and it was actually Cherry Vespucci who sold her the apartment. So she's very. And then Jason got it set up for her. I didn't even have Florence sell. We had so much work to do in the diner that I didn't even get Florence to look over our joints. She was given a lot of joints by Guadalupe. It was very kind of her.
Bummer.
Elliot's doing that little hurry walk. The furthest away one. I am kind of curious how much money the shelter got, or the soup kitchen got from the July 4th event yesterday, but it's none of my business. So. Elliot just said he didn't well. That's all I know. I know that Mr. H gave $1,000.
Appreciate the donations.
Bye-bye. Mr. H gave 1,000. Other people gave like a few $100s, so. And I had people like go directly to Elliot with them when possible, and I also had to check the counter regularly because people were just dropping them on the counter. The donations on the counter, and I know that shitty people would probably pick them up because it's in their character to steal, so. Although I don't think very many of the people that we had there have ever done that, but there are a few I didn't know that are relatively new, so. But yeah, I think we did pretty okay. But Judy will always do that. I'm not really sure whether Judy should just eat the $7,500 she spent on the fireworks. I've got to write a thing. Don't know if there actually is an open ticket right now about the fireworks not consuming. Like the sparklers don't consume. Have never consumed, but I know that the fireworks used to consume. But they are $50, so they shouldn't just be one use. They should maybe be 5 uses or something. I don't know. Maybe that's it, but $50 is a lot for a one-use item. Like a firework. Now, they shouldn't be cheap. If they're only one use, I would expect it to be closer to like 20. I'm eating a piece of chicken. That's why I go quiet every once in a while, because I know I don't want you people to hear me squelching through a piece of chicken. I'm hungry and see past lunchtime. Here's my package. Oh, there it is. It's nicely obvious, which is great. You don't have to spend too much time agonizing over where your next package is coming from. Right, almost 500. I'm almost got 6 done. Each one progressively like almost doubles in terms of how many packages you have to get to the next level. 1, 2, and 3 were very easy. 4 took longer, considerably longer. 5 took longer than 4. 6 is taking longer than 5. A good little earner. It's quick. Judy did do a couple of delivery jobs. She just tried it out yesterday. And it was okay. They gave her hardly any gas in the truck, and there's no damn way she was going to refill the truck, so just brought the truck back, got her $100 deposit back. So she only did the 2 deliveries, 'cause that's all the gas she had. It's a good way to get your score up or your rep up. It helped. It helped with the rep on here. Because the packages don't really give you very much rep. But it's very, very quick to do. So. It was here that Judy met Mr. H. He gave her, I mean, she knew Mr. H from before, but meeting him here, she was able to find out the meta about the rats. And he took her to the Hobo King and showed her where to get the rats, and told her what to do to get her rat going. And so her rat, whose name is Julius Cheeser, is now level 2 rat. Ricky, did his rat quite a bit while Judy was away last weekend, so he advanced, and he also did fishing. Like, he really advanced in fishing while she was away. But I think all of her fishing gear is in one of his vehicles, so I don't think she can fish while he's away. Actually, I should check, because it might be in shared parking. Oh, wait, maybe she's got her... Maybe it's in that, No, I lie. I think it's in the, No, I didn't say that. Right next to me, and I didn't say it. I think it's in her black duffel bag. Having a piece of Mary Brown's chicken. I don't get fried chicken very often. But Mary Brown's is a Canadian fried chicken chain. It started in Newfoundland, I believe. Which I think everybody whose last name is Brown is from Newfoundland, but it certainly crosses my mind. I had an Aunt Florence, which is where Florence's name came from, and she was from Newfoundland. My Florence is not from Newfoundland. I don't really want to do a Newfie accent. I can do a Newfie accent, I just don't want to. It's hard to sustain for me. Florence is not supposed to really have an upper class accent or something, but she in doing my old person accent, or old person voice, I tend to have her be a little more formal than I really intend her to be. We are almost on level 6. I think we get an increase in pay after this level. If I remember correctly. A big increase, but an increase. Oh. $7.50. Almost there. Almost there with level 2. I was going to have Florence do break into mailboxes. Very near a thing. She almost did. Then she just happened to have a policeman roll up behind her. She wasn't doing anything. She was still in her car. But the policeman rolled up behind her quite by accident. And then she started thinking, what if it's Mr. Henson? What if it's her boss at the diner? Would she get fired? She started to really worry about it, so. Even though she has all the accoutrement to rob mailboxes, she's now really worried about it. Oh, we're level 7. We're working on level 7. We finished level 6. Oh, there we are. I didn't exactly rush on here. What's my number? 23. Oh, not bad. Hi there.
Hello, how are you?
Oh, not bad.
Good, good.
The weather hadn't figured out what to do out there, so I came in here in case it was still raining.
Yeah, the storm surprised me.
Yeah, it was my house is very soggy. Alright, I get $11 package now, not 10. I got a raisin pay. Okay. Apparently you get more different materials. Once you reach this stage, you get a few more things that you get. Fall out of the boxes for you. We shall see. There aren't a lot of jobs for old ladies, honestly. Because Florence has been kind of through that. She made, like, and a sophisticated older woman like Elizabeth? Really not a lot. Can't do construction. She can't do window washing, really. She can't do mining. There's all things Florence can't do. She can't do, I mean, she could do hot dogs, but Elizabeth is too sophisticated. Florence was not too sophisticated for hot dogs, and Florence got a fair amount of early money from hot dogs. I like it when the packages are close. And you don't have to run all the way to the back of the warehouse. $1,042. Over. Do 1,050. And we'll be done. No, I've got. Ah! Let's go.
Would you move? I'm trying to do my job.
Wow. Gonna be a long way. $5% bonus money. What they mean by that, because it's 10% bonus money. 10% bonus experience. Discover item rubber. Did I get rubber? Did get rubber. Okay. Alright, let's go to our bank. I'm not sure I agree, but yeah, sure. Yeah. All right, I am I am ready to stop streaming. Let's go see Keenus. It's Soup Saturday. Go say hi to Asmus. And we will see you again pretty soon. Maybe not tomorrow, but Monday or Tuesday, because I'm going to be streaming a little bit more while I'm on vacation. So I'll see you soon and take care. Bye bye.